Hello there, everybody. I'm basically just woken up and, well, getting ready for today. Um, so yeah, I may be a bit of a what's called. Hello there, everybody. Um, I'm I'm sorry about that. That looped audio, but that should be fixed now. I may be a bit confused. I forgot to post the link somewhere. The link for the stream somewhere. So I'm gonna go do that real quick, and then let's get right into it, shall we? Oh, let's not new game it. We need to continue. So yeah, the inherited term part middle part 4. This what is called this is one hell of a long case. Detective Bad, thank you for helping us earlier. Yes, thank you. Thanks for what? There's no need to be shy about it. Enough about that. I suppose you intend to investigate today too. Of course. We still need more information to prove Mr. Master's innocence. I'm sorry, but apart from this patio, you're not allowed to investigate it anywhere. What? So you're saying we can't investigate? I'm guessing this is Von Karma's doing. Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. Still hasn't received the autopsy report. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Miss Hall and the police. So don't get your hopes up on speaking with the people connected to this case. Von Karma's being completely unreasonable. He's gone too far. Detective Bad, what do you intend to do? I promised I'll do anything I can to assist you. You have my thanks. Won't any of Von Karma's dirty tricks get the best of us? Detective Bad, is it alright if we investigate the Fountain Patio? Yes, we already finished checking everything, except for the fountain. That's fine, as long as there's still something I shall continue investigating. These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue. It would seem these angel statues are also Pierre Hocourt's works. As expected, they are very well made. Looks just like the real thing. Have you seen a real angel before, Detective Bad? Sir, defense attorney. Always the first to find fault with everything. Perhaps that was wrong of me. What are you investigating exactly? Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matter, sir. Have you found anything? It seems there's both chocolate and sherbet mixed in with the fountain water. It matches the chocolate from Jeff Master's room and the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dover's room. They all share the same composition. The fountain water circulates through the streams that flow from each of the 4 rooms. Perhaps the melted sherbet flowed into the fountain. Also, someone's blood was detected as well. What are you saying? How could there have been blood in the fountain? Detective Bad, please think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The blood stain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the blood stain being cleaned up. The blood disappeared but no crime scene. Also, part of the treasure chest was missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belongs to this person. the victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain. It's Dover's. I wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. Miss Hall, I've come to investigate today. Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth. I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier. Kate? She still looks a bit down. What Master said earlier must have been a real shock to her. I prepared the photo I took of the desserts during the semi-finals. Please take a look. Wow, delicious cake is so cute. Monsieur Master also praised the design of Delicious work very highly. Messieurs Gustavia and Dover's works gained high praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating this exact same thing twice. But it seems that their dessert had completely different tastes for the finals. Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semi-finals? It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia son always came to see him, but there was no sign of him at the finals. The son came to visit. I wonder if there is any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me? Certainly, anything to aid with the investigation. And here's the recipe book that contains the special drug. Occurring taste disorders. The cover looks familiar. Wasn't this framed in Master's room? Since it's also the prize for the contest to put it out on display. Oh, so the contest prize aims at recipe. Wasn't just a recipe for desserts? That's right, we informed the participants, but it seems you all don't know yet. So the participants knew about the true contents of the angel's recipe. Miss Hall, please tell me all you know about the angel's recipe. So the angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug. Yes, it's a recipe book for new drugs that haven't been released for the public yet. If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price. Why, something like that a prize in this contest? Monsieur Master is the only heir to a chairman of the Master Group. Master Group? That name sounds familiar. They're a pharmaceutical company who deal in a wide range of products. Oh, they become big news recently with the release of Cold Killer X. I often use Cold Killer products, but I never once seen you with a cold. I would like to hear more about the Master Group. Did Mr. Master not want to follow in his parents' footsteps? Monsieur Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and supported him. When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as his inheritance. Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest? There were always people who were after it, something which troubled Monsieur Master. But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents. So he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged. And the members of the Master Group approved of that. Information about new drugs being passed on to outsiders. Of course, they objected. That's why Delicia participated in the contest. On the order of Master Group, she was requested to win the championship. You knew Delicia's true identity from the start? Yes, in order for her to win, I told her Monsieur Master's taste and preferences. Why did you help her? I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. If the drug recipes were given to another company, he would be reprimanded by the board. I wanted to return the recipes to the company in a way that Monsieur Master would accept. it was due to Miss Hall's help Delicia was able to reach the finals. Speaking of which, Mr. Doa wasn't a pastry chef either. He sure did well to make it to the finals considering he's just a sculptor. Yes, for him to able to make such fine desserts, despite being a sculptor. From the Chabet sculptures he made for the finals, it's clear to see he has great talent, but could he really have made that by himself? That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help? To save Mr. Master, she's trying to help as much as she can. May we perhaps have some more of that tea from yesterday, please, Miss Hall? I'm sure that would help us get on with the investigation. Yeah, I like some of Katie's tea too. Right, understood. I'll be back in a minute. Kate looks a bit better now. We gathered information about all the contestants. And yet we still haven't heard Gustavia's side of the story. That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia? Well, that was because... Silence, ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information. What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. A person should have bad at design, and a sculptor skilled only at designing. It would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. Could it be that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover connection is... Detective Bad, we have a reason to suspect the actors of Dane Gustavia. Yeah? It is imperative that we find a way to contact him at once. Oh, this conversation is most interesting. However, I cannot allow you to speak with Mr. Gustavia. Von Karma. I have already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But I will answer your questions in that fool's place. It seems Von Karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustavia in person. I understand. In that case, I have but one thing to ask. Yes. I would like to know the relationship between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Gustavia and Dover's relationship. It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest. That's it? There's nothing more to say. How are we supposed to understand anything from so little? If we want Von Karma to divulge the truth, we have no choice but to present evidence. It's all too obvious that he's hiding something. Gustavia and Dover's relationship. Are you sure Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover aren't linked in some way? Do you not interrupt me with your baseless allegations? If we were in court right now, I'd have you held in contempt. I don't think Von Karma has that kind of authority, though. Von Karma is famous for having even the judges wrapped around his finger. What? That's insane! Seems like it won't be easy to go against him in court. Prosecutor Von Karma, please continue your argument. It's obvious the only relationship they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest. Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like you to look at these desserts. The desserts were made for the contest semi-finals. Don't you think these two have a particularly impressive design? Just what are you getting at? These two desserts were made by Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavia's design skills praiseworthy. And yet for the semi-finals he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the exact same flavor. What are you trying to say? I'm saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Prosecutor Von Karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. At first glance, they may look completely different. But even though the designs are different, it's clear they were made from the same materials. Is that so? The same flavor and composition. It's possible to dismiss their similarities as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts point to a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth. You can't know about the collaboration. However, what I'm about to say is not going to help your case at all. If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together. You knew about the collaboration all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth? I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Until I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you time. How can he act like this and keep the truth from us? His concealment of the truth is something I simply cannot ignore. If you want to know about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. It seems you knew about their real connection all along. Why did you hide it from us? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I would never divulge information to a mere insect as yourself so easily. I am not a fool like that detective after all. I was just doing things my way. It was because you defied me that he had gained this information in the first place. Last night, when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover. Last night? That was after Mr. Dover's sculptures had melted, right? Yes, afterwards. I went to interrogate Gustavia personally. Interrogated by one Karma? Oh, sounds scary. Knowing Mr. Gustavia, I feel like he probably tried to meditate through the interrogation. The moment he closed his eyes, I snapped my fingers like so, showing that no one remained silent in front of me. And did that have any effect? Because of that, I was able to get a perfect confession about his connection with Dover. Until the day before the finals, they worked on the desserts together. Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated? Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would never have made it through a single round. It's so, what was their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals? The finals will be fought on our own merits, Gustavia said, and he ended their collaboration. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. It seems his pride as a pastry chef won out in the end. Victory in the finals would certainly have been hollow had he cheated. We believe that their cooperation only went as far as the semi-finals. But what if it really continued through the finals? Prosecutor Von Karma, could you explain their cooperation in a little more detail? Very well. Why? Because Gustavia, as poor the science of Dover, was a novice at baking. Okay, let's not make another mistake like that. Concerning your statement about Mr. Gustavia's design, I have no objections to that. I have no objections either. He's got no sense of style. When I saw him attempting to fashion my likeness with candy. Just thinking about it disgusts me. I actually liked his candy crafting though. A novice pastry chef and one with no sense of design. It's only natural such pathetic specimen would associate with each other. The Croatians landed only through the semi-finals. For the finals, they were on their own. There was the right piece of evidence, the wrong piece of testimony. I didn't know this would unlock two sets. You say that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals. That's strange. Delisha testified that Dover's sherbet was most delicious. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them collaborated during the finals as well. Ben's attorney, how many times do I have to tell you? Delicious Cone's subjective opinion cannot be admitted as evidence. There's still a chance that a novice chef could make something tasty. My wife is an amateur. Yet her cooking rivals that of the world-class chefs. How is that not a subjective opinion? Moreover, even if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. She also mentions that a part of his sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. Oh. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What, no more objections? Is there no way I can prove the collaboration? Mr. Edgeworth, there's something that's been bugging me. What is it? The search Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make, right? Indeed. They were frozen sculptures after all. How would he have had the time to sculpt it after it was frozen? Let alone help Mr. Gustavia with his design as well. The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all of his time. Just how was he able to make those sherbet sculptures? Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. Thanks to you, I have noticed one more possibility. That's right. Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly, and the contest time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet with in the time limit was... It was prepared in advance. The sherbet was prepared in advance. All he had need to do was to sculpt it. What are you mumbling about? Please excuse me. I finally realized your earlier review was correct. Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing? Oh, so you're finally admitting defeat. No, au contraire. All I'm admitting to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. It is exactly as you said. They only cooperated until the day before the finals. The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze. Which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return? The views of the dead are of no concern to me. If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim? You ingrate! You dare mock me! That was not my intention, but I do have a problem with your attitude. I want you to give us a clear reason why we can't speak to Mr. Gustavia in person. A clear reason. Gustavia and Dover's collaboration has no bearing on this case. You claim the collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationships had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder. You're saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive of the murder. If that were the case, why did he not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself. If you really are a lawyer, show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia. Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions has been suspicious so far. Doubtless One Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by One Karma. What's wrong, defense attorney? Not going to answer? But I mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. But the very fact he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts. I knew it. Was it a trap after all? I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make it special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this. This is a photo of Gustavia and Dover and their sons. Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal his photo. Steal the photo? It seems their sons attend the same elementary school. Apparently thought that he'd be suspected if people found out he and Dover were acquainted. Yes, just like you're doing now. There's nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. No! He's still adamant on letting us meet with Miss Gustavia. I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you. Curse that Von Karma calling us a waste of time. What should we do, Mr. Edgeworth? Von Karma is busy. Of course. Why would he be so busy? Both the body and murder weapon have been found, and he already has a suspect. The police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Master's guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating the crime scene? Mr. Edgeworth? Is there something wrong? It seems I have been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma isn't as composed as he should be. He didn't even tell Detective Bad the full results of the investigation. Yeah, Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene, and we still don't know why. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The bloodstain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the bloodstain being cleaned up. But the strangest thing we found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all. It's a match. Blood in the fountain. Blood in the fountain is Dover's. Mr. Dover's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room, and somehow we found its way into the fountain. What does this mean? Although the victim's blood wasn't found in the Master's room, it was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural that only the bloodstains that were found with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved, the body would have still remained on the chocolate. Don't tell me someone removed the body and then erased the bloodstains? It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene, and the autopsy report still has not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and a suspect, we don't know much about the body. I've been investigating under the assumption that the body had been discovered. Perhaps this assumption was wrong from the very beginning. Why didn't Von Karma give Detective Bad the autopsy report? To understand that, yes, I must turn my logic around. My thinking shouldn't be, why is Von Karma hiding information about the body? But rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? What happens if I think of it like that? It's possible that the body wasn't removed by the police for the autopsy. It was moved and hidden by the real killer. Mr. Edgeworth! I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, and makes backroom deals. Yeah, I've heard that too. But what does that have to do with this? I try to avoid judging others based on rumors, and I didn't let those rumors influence my opinion of Von Karma until today. It seems he is a man who would distort the truth. Distort the truth? You don't mean forgery? I do. And I can't allow him to get away with this. I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Not a word to that attorney. Roger. What do you want, defense attorney? I want to know the truth that you've been hiding. Fool! Are you trying to mislead the police investigation again? If you interfere with the investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself. Police? No. My objection is with you. What? Isn't it the prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals? What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. However, I will tell you one thing. My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt. And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery. Ha! I was wondering what you were going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you? Yes. And it's for that reason you did not allow Detective Bat to investigate. What do you mean? The real reason Detective Bat was investigating was not so he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact that you never found the body. What? They never found the body? You cretins. You will cease these ludicrous accusations. I will not tolerate any further insults. In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we will have evidence that shows whether I am right or not. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney. I have no reason to comply with your baseless conjecture. You must have noticed it too. The lack of blood stain at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go? Foolishness. Why would anyone erase just blood in the chest that contained the body? Yes, that's exactly right. If the body had been found there, and the disappearing bloodstains would have no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase the traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well. Why would make such a fuss over those bloodstains? It seems like a trivial detail to me. Or are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went? In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, Von Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim. There were traces of the victim's blood found at the fountain. Traces of Mr. Master's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was washed down the stream which then flowed into the fountain. All of this points to only one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the blood stains. Ah! Von Karma, where was the body really found? If you really found the body, you should be able to answer. You. How do you know this information? How do you know the results of the water composition test on the fountain? Because I allowed them to investigate. Bad! Always a thorn in my side. From here on out, I will not allow you to associate it any further with this case. It's not like you were out letting me do much anyway. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my questions. Or are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You say I never found the body. Where's your evidence? He's never going to confess. I have nothing further to say to you. Gregory Edgeworth, this matter will be decided in court. We'll see just how well your logic holds up there. One Karma, I know your methods are wrong. I promise without fail, I will expose the truth you hidden. Bad, I'm sorry. It's because you let me investigate that. No, this was bound to happen sooner or later. This is also the first time I have been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the body sounds pretty close to the mark. That I will make clear in court. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Though I'm no longer in charge of this case. Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I want to know too. This will be my trump card in court. The information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Master's innocence. But if all else fail, I'll have this ready. Your trump card? You see at trial. Wow, I get to be at trial too. Of course, you are my assistant after all. I'll be an ace 22 next year. One car will never beat two of us. Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer. If Von Kama is to be my opponent, he'll want the trial to end in a day. That's right. We have to save Mr. Master Jeff as fast as we can. After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Kama. Jeff Master, alone in the dark cell, arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Kama's lies if I'm to save him. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. That's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident. So that's what happened. In my father's last case, the truth of the IS-7 incident. What happened at the trial? In the end, Onkama defeated us. So you couldn't prove Mr. Master's innocence? We had gathered plenty of evidence to prove it. But Onkama was even more despicable than we thought. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. That's right, and he really did use any means necessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day when the judgment was passed down, the 28th of December. It's April now, so it's been a little over 17 years. Time flies. 28th of December, 17 years ago, I was watching from the gallery that day. Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty. No, Mr. Master didn't fake a confession, did he? Yeah, that was what Onkama was aiming for from the start. When the old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Onkama used the power of his police to quash that argument. He even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then they made Mr. Masters give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. With Mr. Masters' confession, the situation quickly became dire. But the old man had the trump card up his sleeve. Was that the trump card he was talking to Detective Bad about? Yeah, the trump card was to be our insurance in case Mr. Master confessed. He had asked Detective Bad to have Mr. Master's interrogation recorded. Detective Bad, you wanted to know the truth too? After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other large cases, he really was the definition of a true detective. The defense presented the recording, which proved that the confession was forced. It seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, with Blazer, took all of the blame and was charged with and dismissed. Still, at the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor. The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution. However, Mr. Master didn't want the trial to continue any longer, and the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty. My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was there watching my father's final trial, and I think his final regret became my own. The old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocence, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish. After getting entangled in another case, it breaks my heart even now that I didn't return home with him that day. And what's more, to blind myself from my worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred on you as a traitor for being Von Karma's pupil. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover. That's not right. Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice? But this case file says guilty of murder. There shouldn't be anything unresolved in the cases handled by Manfred Von Karma. Wait, can I take a look at that file? It looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this. Jeffrey Master 39. Creator. To contest, the victim's body was found inside a dessert made by the suspect. This led to his arrest. In jail, he was diagnosed with hypoacusia. He was treated by medicine. After his own conclusion, he was convicted as an accomplice to the murder. The charge is accomplice to murder. This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts. Why would the charge be altered? This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth. Since you're Gregory's son, he would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitation ran out after all. But what I had come to believe back then had all been a lie. If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know it from now on. The statute of limitation has long expired, but the truth still sleeps right here. After the old man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney. Although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case. Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to show up. In the end, the real killer was never found, and Mr. Master was found guilty. No, is there nothing we can do, even now? As the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. They found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges. That's terrible! I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but if he tricked her, he faked a confession. Miles, on the day that Knightley boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at prison? I see. You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you? I said I'd visit him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pie to look in on him for me when I couldn't. Through rain or snow she went, every single day without fail. But nothing has changed. Mr. Master still serves his punishment. That's so bad, so sad. Isn't there anything we can do? That's why I came here. Because I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So what are you going to do, Miles? I'm a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father. Miles. But moving past my position, What I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. It is for that reason that I am here. You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you decided, I'll support you all the way. I'd better leave the IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here are the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes. Thank you. And now here's the IS-7 evidence. That's a lot, so make sure to look it over while you investigate. Received a lot of IS-7 evidence from Mr. Shields. Right, I'll check through it later. Anyway, there are many strange things about this case. This one here. Time of death, Christmas Eve, 2018 years ago. Crime scene, Jeffrey Masters. Room, Mr. Masters' mansion. Murder weapon, rock salt lamp. Prosecutor ran for the combat. Defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Statute of limitation ran out on December 24th, 3 years ago. Jeffrey Master, 39, creator of this. That's a really bad way of putting it. 3 years ago. Put a proper date, you dinkus. Creator of the dessert contest. The victim's body was found inside the dessert made by the suspect. His confession. Isaac Dover, 38. His true identity is the famous French sculptor Per Hooker. He entered the contest as a cake designer, but his body was found in the defendant's room. The cause of death was blunt trauma to the head. As the victim's body vanished, there appears to be no autopsy report. That true reason. Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace. Poison gas was released in the Orchestra Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. 2 chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and Italium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. The victim of the poison gas was Dane Gustavi, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery infirmary. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain. And once again, the ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the two cases. It's possible there are still some clues left from 18 years ago. Right, let's get started! Just 1 second. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Didn't I tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report. What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before. I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we're short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out. In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind. Really? Then tell us. Very well. Not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain. It's likely that the identity of the body of the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isaac Dover. It's Icy's body? Hey, who's that? I never heard of him. Mr. Isaac Dover, a truly great sculptor, but he was better known as Pierre Houcault. The sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations. So in other words, that sculpture was the best. Somehow I feel a strong kinship to him. And he was the victim in this IS-7 incident. She knew about the IS-7 incident. Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago, and what's more, the police reported the removal of the body. That's what's on the record, but I wonder if that really is the truth. What are you saying? The defense attorney in the IS-7 incident claimed that the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. Hello? Really? Is something wrong, Sebastian? No, it's just they said that they know who the victim is. It's just as the prosecutor says. It's Dover. No, it can't be. It would seem my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than Mr. The Best? Hey, are you trying to steal the best position for yourself? I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no? The truth is none of your concern.
Objection.
I don't think that's true, Courtney Pie. You again? Uncle Reyes is the defense attorney involved in the IS-7 incident. The one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. The prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. In other words, the IS-7 investigation was unjust, and isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney has been acting really strange. It would seem she really is here because of the PIC. Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is. He is the son of the attorney in the case, and a prosecutor told by Von Karma himself. And what's more, he was in the audience at the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on. Oh. Very well. I will allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder the other investigators. The Winter Palace is currently being investigated, but the Fountain Patio is open to you. That's my Courtney Pie. Now we're talking. As thanks, I will allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray. Overruled! If I feel your cooperation is needed, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. Ah, isn't that the great Miles? Isn't that great Miles? You really helped us here. Uncle Ray did it all for himself. Alright, Uncle Ray's going to investigate too, so let me know if you figure something out. Got it. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation. Okay, let's do this. We still don't know where Mr. Dover's body and the Normalium were hidden. We don't have enough information to go on. You're right. Our first priority is the Normalium. Well, Normalium is used in washing detergents, paints, and the like. If I recall, it's a red liquid with a minty aroma. Well then, let's get looking for that Normalium. We recovered the victim's body. Forensics are currently performing the autopsy. And what is the investigation of the fountain? The fountain is completely clear. You could cleanse both your heart and soul with it. A body was floating in this fountain just a moment ago, though. On the shelves of trophies commemorating Isaac Dover's work as Pierre Hucot. He truly was the first-rate artist. There are quite a number of trophies lined up here. I remember you have some trophies too, Mr. Edgeworth. I would love to have some too, if only there were a contest of theme. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? We could hold one at the prosecutor's office. I don't mind you holding a contest, but all of the participants would be arrested. I mean, that's a good point. This lift trolley has been left here. I wonder if it was used recently to carry something heavy. The surface of the platform appears to be wet. I remember seeing this lift trolley somewhere before. You mean during the IS-7 incident? Ah, that's right, I remember now. It was in Dover's room. If I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height and angle of the platform. With just one of these, single person could move the sculptures all by themselves. Wow, how convenient. I want one too. Why is there a lift trolley here? I guess there's something we'll need to think about. Yes, it could be related to the case. Hey Edgy, move out of the way! What is it now? I'm in the middle of sketching Justy in all her beauty. I got a feeling this is gonna be my masterpiece. Quit getting in the way of my art. Really, how much have you drawn so far? Well, I only just decided on composition. The drawing part starts now. Isn't it a bit early to be calling it your masterpiece? But this is Loris we're talking about after all? Mars, how is the investigation going? Well, little by little, I'm beginning to see the entire truth behind this case. Oh, that's good to hear. Uncle Ray had better not fall behind either. This case seems to have a lot in common with the case 18 years ago. I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victim from 18 years ago. I wonder why nobody ever noticed the body was missing after all this time? The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son. His son and Mr. Gustavia's son who attended the same elementary school. After the case, they both went missing. What? And they haven't been found yet? I haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavia's son being found. But as for Mr. Dover's son, he was found and his inheritance was delivered to him. And because of that, Mr. Dover never had a proper funeral. That way, they were able to make it look like the body had been in police custody. The autopsy report had also been forged, so nobody but the defense ever found out. When Karma, you go that far. In the service card, Miss Hall has prepared her tea set. According to the pamphlet, the museum is also famous for its tea. Yes, it certainly had a flavorful, rich taste. It seems this tea set was also made by Mr. Dover. Oh, so the tea set was made by the victim. Let's take a closer look. There's a container with steel and tea leaves in it. To prevent exposure to sunlight and moisture, the container is all airtight and made of tin. This should help preserve the quality of the tea leaves. There's not a single stain on this pure white tablecloth. Take a hold of the edges and focus your mind, then in on one go, pull. Okay, I hope you're not planning to do anything bad. No, don't worry. Even if I fail, the tablecloth would just be dyed in a nice black a la tea. The tablecloth looks better white. Please refrain from changing it. I wonder about that. It might look better in another color, like pink or blue. Or tea. So this tea set was made by Isaac Dover. Fancy stuff, huh? Hey, I'd say this tea set is worth thousands of dollars. Please be careful with it. Oh, this tea set is such a treasure? Please don't look so excited. If I recall correctly, Miss Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover. Hey, Edgy! What is it now? Be careful with that teapot. Why must I be warned by him of all people? Madam and Messieurs, would you care for some tea? Miss Hall. Oh, Katie. No, I'm fine, thanks. Kay and Etchi, you guys can have some. Well, since you asked, we might as well take a short break. Certainly. Thanks for the tea. Wow, it's so tasty. What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon tea, known for its citrus aroma. However, Miss Hall, is this the same tea you served us this morning? Yes, that's right. Was it not to your liking? No, it's not that. The tea we had this morning had a slightly different aroma. How strange. It is the same Ceylon tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything different about it. What's wrong with you, Etty? Quit nitpicking about the tea Katie so kindly prepared for you. Larry, what are you getting so upset about? I'm not upset. You're just being a rude jerk. And I told you to call me Loris. Jeez, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore. It's like arguing with a child. Loris, I wonder what's wrong. I'd like to ask him that later myself. And I also need to speak with Miss Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows she is the culprit, but I dare say she is the one who set up the poison gas trap. Fine. I'll look for more stuff. Miss Hall, where have you been until now? I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out complimentary gifts as an apology. Did you require my services? Yes, there are a few things I want to ask you about. My suspicions are correct. She's the one who set up the poison gas trap. How exactly did you prepare the metal sculptures from 18 years ago? My, so you know about that, what happened 18 years ago? It's because of 18 years ago I photographed Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Using the photos as a base, I managed to create replicas. Replicas? The Zodiac sculptures had been an unfinished work, so I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Monsieur Dover's sculptures. And could you tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much? Well, my apologies, did they really look so alike? I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up. He's obviously lying, but I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet. Oi, how's the investigation coming along? Have you found anything? Oi, not quite actually. We haven't found any clues yet. You're doing it wrong. Oi, it is only used when you are showing someone something. Also, Yessi is used to confirm and is also greeting. Eep is used when you are afraid. B is used when you don't like something. Oi is used when you're calling someone. I see, I didn't know it was that deep. Oi, Mr. Edgeworth, did you catch all that? Okay, be more serious. Yessi. This is the best. You're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. I'm not going to move. Just do what you can over there. Don't say that. It's probably for the best if you just stand over there. The best, you say? Okay, I'll go stand over there. But anything is fine as long as you add the best to it. I feel that your conduct thus far has clearly been out of line. I will make sure to bring this matter up to the PSC. Do whatever you want. But in return, we're going to doing whatever we want as well. If I remember correctly, you're the little Miss Great Thief. I will have to report your misconduct to the PhD as well, young lady. Sure, since it will only serve to increase my fame as a great thief. It seems even Judge Courtney is unable to get a handle on Kay. Larry, tell me what you're hiding. You too. Stop glaring at each other like that. I'm not glaring, Kay. I'm using my artist perspective. Edge is the one who's glaring. Then if you know what's good for you, you will tell me what you're hiding right now. No way, dude. Didn't I say that I'm not talking to you anymore? Aren't you talking to me right now? From now on, I'm definitely not talking to you anymore. I'm not going to get anywhere like this. Looks like I have to force it out of him. Summon the chess dimension. Oh, wait. Guess not. Hey, what are you hiding? Hey, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, this isn't the time to be playing around, you know. I wasn't playing around. Still, it looks like Loris won't be talking anytime soon. And if he isn't going to talk to us willingly, I'll just have to force him to talk. Just what is Larry hiding? Perhaps I should investigate a bit more. I should continue investigating around the Fountain Patio. A statue of a brave warrior fighting a snake. Was this the ultimate Piahuko? It appears to be one of his early works when he was enamored with fantasy and myths. The statue represents his heroic resolution to oppose hopelessness, the difficulties in his youth. The title is The Math Test. I know that feeling all too well. The title is The Math Test. Oh, that's just beautiful. Prosecutor, the best ordered me not to let you investigate anything but this room. I absolutely cannot let you pass through any further than this. I'm sorry. I won't, since I can't pass through anyway. You're standing in front of a wall. No, after all, you're a prosecutor, Edgeworth. If you really wanted to, this wall wouldn't stop you. Wow, you are even more fearsome than I thought, Mr. Edgeworth. Just what kind of human do these people think I am? Edgeworth smash! I kind of want to see that, to be honest. This smells and this color. Don't tell me this is a puddle of tea. Huh? There's a piece of pottery in the middle of the puddle. I wonder what broke. I think I recognize that as a sign. I should probably show this to that man and see what he has to say. Larry, take a look at this. What's that? Larry, I've got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to the tea and this pottery shard. Well, if you are not going to talk to me, I can always hand this shard over to Judge Courtney. Wait, I'm trying to keep a clean image for Justy. I don't want her to see how I dirtied myself. I can't imagine what part of you can be considered clean, but if you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest you speak truthfully now. I got it, I tell you. There is time you confess to what you've done. Oh, how can you be so cruel to your best friend? The same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend. But you can't stop glaring at me. I promise to tell you the truth this time for sure. I just thought I'd pour Justy some tea. But my hand kinda slipped a bit and it broke. I accidentally broke the crazy expensive teapot. The pot strikes again. Why am I not surprised? Oh boy, you really done it this time, Loris. What should I do, Edgy? Katie will be crushed. Crying to me about it won't solve anything. First, you should apologize to Miss Hall. Is that so? My teapot was... Katie, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll draw you as many portraits of you as you like. Please kindly raise your head, monsieur. It is I who should apologize. I didn't notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Allow me to take this piece from you as well. Wasn't this tea at one of Isaac Dover's works? I heard that it was very important to you. Yes, but there's no use crying over spilled tea. Besides, I still have another one of those teapots left. Is she not as attached to Dover's works as she used to be? Katie, you're so kind. Oh? I thought the teapot you were talking about. Is it the one on that card? Yes. Truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shards, I looked under that card. And I found a teapot that was broken looked exactly the same, so I switched them. Really? Yeah, everything's cool now. I took great care to make sure that no one would break that pot. Don't brag about that when you were the one who broke it in the first place. I'm sorry. I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration. Edgy Katie is a really nice lady, isn't she? You should reflect on how you cause trouble for people like her. Okay, when I make it big as an artist, I'll donate paintings. In fact, I'll even welcome you as my own personal model. I think I'd be better if you just stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else. I haven't, I just stood around sketching beauties. If you're interested, I can let you take a peek. I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauties. It's not like that. I just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings. How dare you? I'm very confident in my work this time. Oh, I want to see too. Well, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kay. I'll get it ready, so come check it out later. I guess I'll have him show it to me later. About that sketch you mentioned just now. But if you wanted to see my art, you should be honest about it from the start. Look, here it is. What is this? I already told you, it's a sketch of beauties. But just to be clear, the beauties only refers to Justin and Katie. Oh, the plump lady has nothing to do with that. Why did you draw her on the same page? Well, I was taking a break from my still life painting when those beauty caught my eye. I guess I just drew them on the same page without thinking. You're saying that the pictures on this page were each drawn separately? Oh yeah, I may have drawn them at different times. By the way, there's a drawing of the beautiful little Miss Kay on another page. Wow, beautiful, huh? Thanks. Mary, you drew this exactly as you saw it, right? Correct? Well, yeah. Even I can't draw what I can't see. I recreated the scene perfectly, even the delicate shades. Delicate shades. I don't want to admit it, but this picture might be of help to the investigation. The contents of this sketch and the service card in the Fountain Patio. It seems there's a contradiction between the two. I need to expose this contradiction using my powers of deduction. Could I borrow this sketch for a while? Sure, I could even sign it for you if you like. I think I'll pass. My, is this me? Yes, it's a sketch done by our pseudo artist over there. This sketch is really well done. Are you giving it to me as a commemorative gift? No. For the time being, this is a valuable piece of evidence. I see. Too bad. To garner such a response from the museum curator, that man has some unexpected talent. Apparently, this lift trolley was about here 18 years ago. Yes, it has allowed me to move various things from other rooms into this one. It was intended to carry heavy objects, but it has been quite useful for all sorts of things. I'm curious as to why the top of the lift trolley was wet when we examined it. That lift trolley, I wonder if it was used to move something that made it wet. I don't know a whole lot about the case. Ding. Why is Kay singing along with her? I said to prepare the scope safety. Maybe the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different was because the pots had been switched. Really? The taste of the tea itself did not actually change after all. Let's go ask Miss Hall about it in more detail. Miss Hall, what's the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different? Because the pots were switched? Yes, that's certainly possible. It had a fresh minty aroma, not unlike that of uva tea. Oh, I remember now. I prepared some mint tea yesterday. I'm sure that the aroma just happened to remain in the pot. Is that really all there is to it? A minty aroma was emanating from the pot Larry had replaced. Miss Hall said that the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday. Indeed, she seemed less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot, and more surprised by the fact that the pots had been switched. That's right. Normally it would have been the reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking. He was probably trying to hide this teapot. Hide the pot? One of the characteristics of Normalium is the minty aroma. There's a possibility that she was hiding Normalium inside this pot. What? Inside the pot? It is only a possibility for now, but it's one worthy investigating. Mr. The Best, I assume you haven't found the Normalium yet. I've had the entire art museum searched, but I haven't received any reports yet. And what about you? Don't you have any ideas? Only one. I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it. Wait, what? You have an idea where it is? Indeed. Tell me! It may have been in this teapot that Miss Hall had used. Oh, this teapot is pretty nice. It would make for the perfect present for the best prosecutor. It's not a present, it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence. Then I guess I'll have forensics take a look at it. Monsieur Edgeworth, is there something wrong with the teapot I used? This teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma as one of the two chemicals used to create the poison gas. Monsieur Edgeworth, surely you don't mean you suspect me of having set off the poison gas? I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Orchestra Palace would have required some preparation. As the curator of this museum, you're the only one who could have prepared it in advance. I wonder about that. Preparation for the opening of the museum took about a week, and I received help from both outsiders and Madame Delicia. I think there are people besides me who are also suspicious. Of course, Delicia is also under scrutiny. Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like poison gas. Even if you found Normalium in my teapot, there's no way I could have prepared the poison gas. Well then, I look forward to hearing the analysis of the results of the teapot. Her excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare the poison gas. I must find a way to shatter that excuse. Mr. The Best, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. I'm not going to move. Just do what I can over there. Okay, that's the same dialogue as before. And that's the same dialogue as before, nothing new with Delicia. I'm gonna put forensics. Nope, nothing of interest. Let's try Miss Hall. What kind of methods for medicine preparation are described in the Angel's recipe? It contains many ways of preparation, so I can't explain them all in such a short time. Although if you really want to know, I can tell you it would take about 2 hours though. I can tell you every one of them while matching the melody. Let's start my explanation. What should we do? Listen to all of it? No, that won't be necessary. And she just thinks that she doesn't know. Miss Currently, I'm none the wiser. You found anything? No, he hasn't found anything. Charlie, there's the tea. What am I missing? Larry. Looks like this elevator is for authorized personnel only. What do you think is on the second floor? I heard it's the infirmary. Mr. Gustavo should be there right now receiving medical treatment. I sure hope he's okay. We still need to talk to him once he regains consciousness. There's nothing we can do until he recovers. For now, we should find something else to do. Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch. When you want a lecture on sketching from the famed Professor Loris, do you? No. I just need to ask you something. The tablecloth in your sketch, are you sure it was light blue? Yeah, my eyes never fail me. But the one on the service card here is white, isn't it? Dude, you're always so busy thinking with just your head that you miss the obvious. What's with that look on your face? When I drew that painting, I was using the card with the T set on it, remember? Because I was tidying up the broken pottery shards. That's not something to be proud of. And right then Katie came out of the winter palace. I had to hurry and hide the broken teapot so that she wouldn't notice. You just say Miss Hall came out from the Winter Palace. That's right, but this time she was pushing another service card. And the tablecloth was light blue, just like how I drew it. What did she do with that service card? Beats me. She went into the Summer Palace with it, so I don't know. And when she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley. The lift trolley? When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. She's so cute when she's shy. A second service card and a lift trolley. Maybe there are 2 T-sets along with the 2 service cards. We'll have to verify it with Miss Hall. It's true to keep 2 service cards on the premises. Yes, it's something wrong. Earlier I was looking at one of the sketches from that so-called artist and unless they had drawn the card tablecloth light blue. Light blue? Are you sure you weren't mistaken, Monsieur? I only ever use tablecloths that are pure white. That's true, the tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Is that because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty? Did Larry really get the color wrong then? What were you doing when the sketch was drawn? At the time, I was just doing my job as usual. Then could you tell me exactly what that work entails? What were you doing when you were drawn in the sketch? From the looks of the drawing, doesn't look like something. This was when I was delivering chocolates to all the people in the investigation. Ah, how nice, chocolates. I wish I could have gotten some too. There's still a few left, so please eat these then. I made them myself, though it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thank you so much! Thank you. Perhaps it's because she had them in her pocket, but it looks like they are melted a bit. Today, unlike last time, I came prepared. I have chocolate chip cookies to satisfy my chocolate cravings from this case. Good stuff. The sweet goodness. I'm happy to hear you say that. These chocolates are a little misshapen, but I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. Although they're a little too sweet for my taste. Exactly the same line as his father. He really is the spitting image of Gregory. the chocolate suit your taste? It was so sweet, absolutely delicious. I'm glad to hear that. Their Muncher Masters likes them so they are sweeter than normal chocolates. They're a bit misshapen, but it seems they are filled with love for her family. Nothing particularly new comes to mind. What else have I missed? I'm sorry about that. I feel like I've been accidentally pushing the microphone a lot today. I hope those sounds don't get too annoying. I'm gonna grab some medicine real quick. Making all these voices are really hard on me because my throat hurts today. But I didn't want to cancel the stream, so I decided to just stick it out. Cough medicine. Or throat medicine. What's a great actress like you doing as curator of an art gallery? Deep down, I don't think there is much of a difference. Those musical, sweet singing sculptures, it's all the same. At the end of the day, all artists are striving for the same goal: to move the human heart. Is Laura striving for that too? Of course not. He's not an artist, he's Larry. I actually agree with her on that. All art is about moving the human heart. It's just different ways of expressing those kinds of emotions. That's the beauty of art in all of its glorious forms. Music, films, sculptures, sweets, videos, drawings, paintings. It's just all wonderful. Games, for that matter, also really great expression of art. That's the trolley. Fountain Palace. Great pickpocketing. Maple tree in front of the store. Store leads to the Winter Palace. Maple trees are autumn trees, so this must have been placed here as a red herring. And how about we use it to make it look like a maple tree in the winter? Let's don't complicate matters any further. I feel like I'm missing something. Actually, that's a special fluorescent cloth I received from Madame Delicia. Could you tell me how many cloths she gave you? There were 4. Fountain Palace also had 4 fluorescent cloths, but I feel like I saw one more. Seems he's hiding something. Now we've been thorough about this. There's nothing left in that check. Wrong tree in front of the wind, in front of the Orchestra Palace. This is irrelevant. Already tried that. There's a vase of tulips in front of the store, probably because this is the Spring Palace. You know, speaking of spring, it's moving people. People who have just moved always let their guard down. So it's always also feeding season. As a great thief, don't you think burglary is a little beneath you? You're right! The statues of a couple of Roman costumes. Are these Pierre Haucourt too? I think they were made in the middle years of his life, at the height of his fame. He modeled them after the Roman gods at the request of his beloved wife. The piece is entitled Venus, the Goddess of Beauty, and her manservant. I think it's obvious who wore the pants in that relationship. Sculptures of a man with the face of a moon and a woman with the face of a sun. The man looks kinda gloomy though. Were these also made by Pierre Haucourt? Yes, it seems made these in his youth when he was enthralled with the stars. The piece likens the relationship between the moon and the sun to something closer to home. The piece is entitled My Parents. I think we know who were the pants in that marriage. It appears the body has already been recovered by the police. Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago floating around in the fountain? I mean, wouldn't the body have gone all goopy after 18 years? I don't know if I would call it goopy. There certainly would have been required a special method to preserve the body. Yeah, I wonder if such a method even exists. Hey, Mr. Forensic Guy, any new information? Yeah. No Malleum Vitalium have been detected in the fountain water. They must have flowed through the stream from the Orchestra Palace to the fountain. Aside from the chemicals, we also found high levels of sugar. We are working hard to investigate sugar in the fountain water. Is this Edgeworth? It's Gumshoe, sir. Did something happen? Actually, right now, all the investigators but me have left the Winter Palace. So I can finally tell you what we found. It's not good for a detective to be leaking out information about the investigation, but his resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days. All of the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but they're less in the Gemini case than in the Taurus case. There's still liquid in the glass cases? Yes, sir. We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Taurus case, but for some reason in the Gemini case we detected 3 different substances. 3 substances. It consisted of sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? Blood and salt were detected in the Gemini case. I wonder whose blood it could have been. I've asked forensics to look into it, sir. Right. I leave it to you, detective. That reminds me, the forensics investigation Fountain Patio contacted me. It says the sugar found in the fountain matches that found in the light blue liquid. Oh, that sounds like valuable information. Is that all the new information you have for me? Now that you mention it, we found a rainbow light device in there too. The device was used to disguise the Orchestra Palace. It seems the device that was used in the IS-7 incident is also connected to this one. I should listen to what Felicia has to say about that. I have to go back to investigating now, sir. When we get to the results of the blood test, I'll let you know right away. Yes. Thank you, detective. Was that Gummy calling? That sure was a long call. But thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information. In order to break Miss Hall's alibi, I'll need to talk to everyone involved in the IS-7 incident. Alicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation? Yes, see, of course. Anything for Miley and Kay. I'll listen to whatever you have to say. I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley. And stop calling me Kay. Hey, that's out of the question. I can't just change the name I've already decided on. Even if we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all. Do you know anything about the decorations that are used in this machine? Specifically the fluorescent cloths and a special device called a rainbow light device. Oh yes, see, of course I do. Because they are the presents that I gave to Katie. As an apology for breaking the rule 18 years ago, I gave her 4 new rock salt lamps and the 4 fluorescent cloths I used in the contest. Wow, that sounds nice, fluorescent cloths and rock salt lamps. Seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are. That's a cruel thing to say, Miss Delicious. I liked them too, you know. Hey, that was back when Ray was still a cute little boy. Back when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy? I can't even imagine it. Are they the same decorations as you saw 18 years ago? Probably. The rock salt lamps, the cloth and rainbow light device, they all seem the same to me. All fluorescent cloths were used in the Orchestra Palace. But I have a feeling I saw one more of the same cloth. It's true. Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag. What is she searching for? Not this either. I remember seeing cloth like that recently. Let's show Delicia and have her confirm my suspicion. Wasn't there a dirty rag in your bag that looks similar to this? Yeah, I'm not going to give you any information to someone who calls it a dirty rag. Then would it be better if I called it a washcloth? You're wrong again. It's a fluorescent cloth. Whoopsie. That was supposed to be a secret. Please tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. I'd like to ask you something since you're a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set off poison gas? Oh, that's basic knowledge, dear. For any pharmacist acquainted with Megatoxin X. It even says on the warning label, danger, do not mix with normalium. Then is there another way for someone who isn't a pharmacist to obtain that information? Well, it might be possible if they've seen the Angel's Recipe. The recipe book that was the grand prize of the contest 18 years ago. Since it also contains the recipes to prepare Megatoxin X. Does this mean that you've also seen the contents of the Angel's Recipe? Yes, see, that's a given, of course. The pharmaceutical company I work for is the Master Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine. Cold Killer X. The cold medicine that promises to kill colds good. After Jeffy got declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have been allowed to see it though. This woman is also part of a small group of elite pharmacists. Please tell me the reason why you hit this clock. I guess I have no choice. Since the cat's out of the bag. I found this clock floating in the fountain. And right after that, I was called to the Orchestra Palace. So that's the moment Larry captured him in his so-called sketch of beauties. At first I thought one of the fluorescent cloths I given Katie had washed away. But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to this museum? There were 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Orchestra Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that I went missing 18 years ago. The poison gas broke out because someone had stolen my Megatoxin X. So I thought the fluorescent cloud had also been used for the crime. I was afraid I'd be suspected, so I didn't say anything about it to anyone. I see. But I sure feel a lot better after talking about it. This isn't good for your figure after all. 18 years ago, the cloth was what wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would turn up in the fountain along with the body? There's nothing new to add. There's Courtney. Let's try Ray. Mr. Seals, could you tell me what kind of person Miss Hall is? Miles? Don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie? No. Well, all joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, Kate I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years she's always wanted to remain here and wait for Master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by Master's relatives. What? She was driven out of the mansion? That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Master. With no family and her job taken from her, she could only live on with song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Well, she's now retired as a world-famous actress, though. Why did she retire? Because she had already saved up enough money to buy this mansion. It seems she even got back the Angel's recipe that had been taken by the Master Group. This mansion where she lived with Mr. Master had been everything to her. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost. It seems that Mr. Shields sympathized with Miss Hall, but you could always say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Master had. The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the Angel's recipe. And the current owner of the Angel's recipe is Miss Hall. So that means... Indeed, it means that it is possible she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are. Now all that's left is to wait for the results of the teapot. April 2, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. I have a report. We have detected traces of mammalian from the teapot. You can't be serious. It's just like Miss Edgeworth said. Darn it! Did Mr. Edgeworth take the title of the best from me again? Mr. The Best, it seems like you have an obsession about being the best. But when you're on a case, winning and losing is of no importance. What are you saying? Obviously it's best to be the best at everything. If you can't understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor. What? Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things. Justine? Yeah, you're right. Please leave this to me. Why don't we go check on the victim's condition? Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll be right back then. Alright, I'll be waiting. Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. The Best. Well then. Miss Curator, can you tell us why normalium was discovered in this teapot? I was not aware that it contained such a chemical. I suppose it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I had used. You're saying that you did not put it in deliberately? No, of course not. There's no way for me to have known how to create the poison gas. Despite being a former actress, it seems you're not very good at lying. What do you mean? The angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it. I'm surprised you knew about that. Miss Curator, is this true? It's true that information about the poison gas is contained in one of the recipes. However, just because I saw it does not mean that I was responsible for the crime. Would you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim heating the lid of the glass case with a burner. I see. If he locked himself in that room of his own will and then set off the poison gas, wouldn't that suggest suicide? Does she intend to deny it until the bitter end? Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like Megatoxin X. That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else. That reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago, and that night was when I realized that my Megatoxin X was gone. Katie, you couldn't have. Madame Delicia always carried her medicine bag around with her. Anyone could have stolen it. That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it. Kate, can't you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without a reason. Monsieur Shields, you doubt me as well? Setting off a trap on one of the gallery's exhibitions and then disguising the rooms. I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the curator. That's not true. There are no guards or security cameras at this gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to sneak into the gallery, it would have been an easy task for them. Then isn't it like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here? You have to be careful, you never know when a great thief could appear. It doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it. Actually, Monsieur Costadia apparently entered the gallery before it opened. Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything to break down Kate's iron guard. This might be a good time to use the technique your old man told me. Technique? My father told me. This case is deeply connected to the one from 18 years ago. If we just pursue the present case, it may seem like there is a lot we don't understand. But if we try turning things around, there might be a hidden case from the past. Thinking the other way around. My father do that too. For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate. Miss Hall melted Mr. Doer's Chapet sculptures 18 years ago, and today Mr. Doer's works are on display in this gallery. It can't be. She... I see, and now I know what to do to ask her. That's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over you as you do your work. Miss Catherine Hall. 18 years ago it seems that you melted Mr. Doer's Chapet sculptures. Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something inexcusable. However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony? Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reason you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Doer's artwork. If you insist that this is related to the case at hand, I will allow it. Mr. Curator, your testimony if you please. Very well, if that will clear up your suspicions about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery. Years ago, after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I've collected Percoco's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open Zodiac Art Gallery. It's wonderful that your dream has come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony. Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom it is standard to cross-examine the witness. Wouldn't you agree it's a little too early to say that there are no contradictions? You speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed as you please. "18 years ago, Monsieur Master was arrested. I was finally able to buy back this mansion. It must have been taking a lot of hard work these past 18 years to buy back the mansion. A place full of memories with Monsieur Master. It is the only place for me. No matter what, at any cost, I wanted it back." She looks like she is having fun. Well, she's a former actress. Singing and dancing is her livelihood. Enough with the singing. Please continue your testimony. In order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. Are you managing this gallery by yourself? Yes, well, I say manage, but it only opened today, and I must continue protecting this mansion so that Monsieur Master has a place to return to. So she took back the mansion for the master's sake. Kate, I'm so sorry I was powerless. It's not your fault, Monsieur Shields. I couldn't do anything either. All I can do now is continue to protect the mansion. I collected Pierre Haucourt's work from all over the world. Pierre Haucourt. That's Mr. Dover's alias, correct? Yes, it's the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France. About collecting his works. How did you prepare the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Doe passed away before he completed those two sculptures. I had the sculptures in the Winter Palace specially made, based on the photos I took. Oh, could you tell us about that in more detail? After all, it was my dream to open the Zodiac Art Gallery. Opening the Zodiac Art Gallery was your dream. The truth is, I wanted to manage the gallery together with Monsieur Master. Singing and dancing and all kinds of sweets. That's the kind of gallery I dreamed about. Was you planning on staging a musical in here? Jeffrey Masters disobeyed the goddess of the law. It is unfortunate, but I'm afraid that your dream will never come to pass. No, Monsieur Master is innocent. The prosecutor at the time did not believe it, but in order to protect Catherine Hall, Jeffrey Master gave a false confession. They were both trying to protect each other. Red replicas of the sculptures in the Winter Palace based on the photos I took. By photos, do you mean the ones taken in Isaac Dover's room? Yes, you seem quite familiar with the events from 18 years ago, Monsieur Edgeworth. The sculptures in the Winter Palace were replicas? Melted and I didn't even get to see them once? No, the supposed sculptures shouldn't have been replicas. Miss Hall is obviously lying. After all that trouble it took her to prepare them, it's a shame they melted. Those in the Winter Palace are the same Chabet sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find out the truth. Did you really think that your excuses would continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. From the analysis results, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the Chabet sculptures Mr. Dover created. Oh, mighty, after pharmacist, it's my turn to shine. What we call sugar actually comes from many different varieties and tastes. Even if its sculptures were replicas, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition. I see. Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one. That, Miss Hall, means you couldn't have melted the Chabet sculptures back then. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years. What? She's preserved Chabet for 18 whole years? If you face it properly, it's not impossible.
Silence, please. Miss Curator, what do you have to say? I can't believe you already uncovered so much. So you're admitting that you stole the Chabet sculptures? No, I cannot admit to such a thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them after all. Also, I couldn't have stolen the sculpture 18 years ago. I don't think they would have been easy to steal without the police noticing.
Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, how can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them?
It looks like you won't give up so easily.
I don't intend on giving up until I learn the truth.
I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago. On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging, among Shaw Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. But before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. After Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. It was then that I witnessed Monsieur Costavi entering Monsieur Dover's room. And that was everything I had done on that day. I don't think there's anything suspicious about my actions.
That's not your decision to make.
Mr. Edgeworth, were there any contradicting the testimony?
For now, I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. But when could Miss Hall have stolen them? If I can answer that, her crime should come to light.
On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main hall building until the judging.
What were you doing before the judging began?
I was in my room on the second floor practicing my dancing. I was performing on the TV show Piece of Cake back then. Piece of Cake? What kind of show was that?
It was a children's program. The host made sweets while singing and dancing.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Well, that's unexpected. You knew about the show, Miles? My father told me about it once, so I just happened to watch it a few times. So Miss Hall was practicing her dancing in her room. Was Miss Hall have stolen the sculptures then? Couldn't have been then. It couldn't have been then. I should listen to more of her testimony. During the judging, on Monsieur Master's request, I went to change the film camera, but before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body, to which he took a picture. After Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. Then that I witnessed Monsieur Costavi enter Monsieur Dover's room. Did you do so in the same manner as today?
Yes, I poured tea for everyone working on the investigation.
Now that you mention it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Kate was pushing her service cart around back and forth from the patio to the main building. I see that anything seems strange to you then. Well, I remember your old man singing praises of her Ceylon tea, and he also said something about how the saucer was chilled. The saucer was chilled. Miss Hall has stolen the sculptures then? Yeah, she could have. This was when you stole the Chabet sculptures.
I'm sorry, but Monsieur Shields and company were at the Fountain Patio the entire time. Are you saying that I stole them in the broad daylight?
That's precisely what I'm saying. This is where she hid the sculptures. To steal them right under their noses. Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculptures was right in front of them. What you were pushing around was no ordinary service car. It was the sculptures themselves.
But surely that would still be impossible. If she placed the sculptures on the service card, people would notice immediately.
I never said she used the service card to move the sculptures.
What? What do you mean? Then what did she use to move the sculptures around?
This is what Miss Hall used to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
And this is?
This is the lift trolley Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his Chabet sculptures. It seems the same lift trolley lies here in the Fountain Patio.
That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place.
Are you saying she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures? Yes. If the sculptures were placed on this lift trolley and then covered with a tablecloth, it could be disguised as a service cart and moved without arousing suspicion.
How could that be?
So the saucers were chilled because they were sitting on the ice sculptures? Kate, what's the meaning of this? What were you thinking?
That was truly impressive. You certainly are, Monsieur Gregory's son. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proof that I stole the sculptures remained. But I knew it was only a matter of time until I was suspected. Miss Curator, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the Chabet sculptures from Monsieur Dover's room. It's just as Monsieur Edgeworth says, I disguised the lift trolley as a service cart, and I served the tea as I made my way back and forth. That wasn't all, I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it.
An ice block with star clusters on it. That seems familiar. A giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. The Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they may have melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's Chabet salon. The two sculptures and the two blocks of ice. I took everything I could, and then I placed empty glass cases in Monsieur Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details, but the ice blocks were being displayed as they were. As per the rule, we prepared the glass cases for Mr. Dover. So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases. In Monsieur Dover's room there were some sculptures that were still unfinished. I thought if I melted them it would look like the ones I stole had melted too. So everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago? Miss Hall, it didn't take much to get her confession. Then she must know. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court. That is all I have to say. But even though I admit to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? What do you mean by that? Heavens! You're assisting in an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the Statute of Limitation. Statute of Limitations? To put it simply, it's the time frame in which a suspect can be taken to court. You can see it on this page. Murder 15 years, theft 7 years. That statute of limitation for murder is 15 years and for theft is 7 years. That's right. And Miss Hall theft was 18 years ago. According to the statute, she cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures. But that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is unforgivable offense. However, for this crime, at least we have no right to pass judgment. It appears the prosecutor Edgeworth private reasoning has all been for naught. I wonder about that. I deduced Miss Hall's action simply to expose a different crime. If you only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago. Are you saying that I hid Monsieur Dover's body? That's correct. But how can someone hide a body for 18 years? I would imagine it would be very difficult under normal circumstances. You're saying the circumstances weren't
Normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden?
When you consider Miss Hall's actions, the answer becomes obvious. 18 years ago, Miss Hall stole something more than just Chabet sculptures.
If you're so confident, I would like to hear your answer. Where did Miss Hall hide the body?
Take that!
This is the photograph of Miss Rover's sculptures.
Yes, and perhaps you noticed that the victim's body can be seen in this picture.
I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the body of the victim?
Trying to expose the location of the body in the photograph.
Take that!
The Gemini Sculpture?
Yes, while it may look like the Gemini Sculpture at first glance, in reality this is none other than Isaac Dover himself.
This ice sculpture was the victim's body? But all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it.
Conceal it?
Which piece of evidence did Miss Hall use to conceal the body?
Take that!
This is the cloth that was covering sculptures in the Autumn Palace.
This cloth manipulates light. With it, it's entirely possible to make something look like ice. Isn't that right, Delicia?
Yes, see, when it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. And when it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool ice. The cloth will only emit light when it's attached to a special device.
George Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case lies a box-shaped object attached to the pedestal.
This is...
a rainbow light device. Detective Gumshoe reported one in the Winter Palace. This is the device that went missing 18 years ago. Originally, it would have been attached to the cloth inside the glass case. Naturally, Miss Hall took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. By using the rainbow light device to make fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture.
That's ridiculous!
So then when Uncle Ray took a photo of the Winter Palace. That's right, the body had been in front of us all along, disguised as Gemini.
However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain. If the ice sculptures was the body, we would have found it in the Winter Palace.
If we had found it there, her trick would have been revealed immediately. Miss Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it.
Absurd. You say she threw the body into the fountain without any of us noticing.
No, Judge Courtney. There was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before. Remember, the lift trolley.
Oh!
We moved the body to some other room and dumped it into the stream to the fountain. Naturally, the frozen body would have sunk to the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloth floated up first, and was found by Delicia.
And eventually the body that thawed out and floated to the surface. Monsieur Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deductive reasoning. However, do you have any proof that I moved the body? If you cannot prove that, then there is no way I can accept what you are saying. Wasn't there anyone who saw Miss Hall move the body?
Yes, I believe such a person exists. The answer lies in the evidence that person gave me. And that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Miss Hall's actions.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you able to prove the crime of Miss Curator?
Certainly. I have evidence that will show exactly what she did.
Then it's time we see your answer. Which piece of evidence reveals Miss Curator's actions?
Take that!
Another sketch? Oh, it appears I have been drawn in this one.
This is a sketch Larry drew of the woman at the Fountain Patio. I would like to direct your attention to the service card on the left side of the sketch. The service card? What about it? Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago was happening again. Miss Hall was moving the body in the sketch. No!
Please wait. I don't see Monsieur Dover's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone.
The key detail in the sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry had just made a mistake.
The tablecloth, it's light blue.
It may be light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloths exist in this mansion. Perhaps it's light blue because the body was hidden, still glowing underneath the tablecloth.
What? But the lift trolley is so rectangular in the sketch. If she was placed the body in the lift trolley, we would have noticed immediately.
There were 2 blocks of ice in the Winter Palace that are completely hollowed out. If you put the body inside the block of ice, it would have looked like a service card.
But that's...
Miss Hall, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you?
I never imagined you would be able to deduce so much from just a single sketch. But what if it was just a mistake, like you said before? It doesn't prove anything.
I agree that alone the sketch is worthless. Once you remove the body, the service card would revert back to the lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the Fountain Patio. And without the service card, there would be no place for you to put your chocolates.
The chocolates I gave everyone.
Until then, the chocolates had sat on top of the service card as you gave them away. But when you gave them to us, you took them from your pocket.
Ah, now that you mention it, they were a bit melted.
But they were still really sweet and tasty. So why was it necessary to put them in your pocket halfway through?
That's because
once the body was disposed of, you no longer had a service card.
Hold it right there. If she put the chocolates in her pocket and left the lift trolley in the patio, then where did the tablecloth go?
She had been forced to put the chocolates in her pocket. You wouldn't have had time to dispose of the tablecloth.
Prosecutor Edgeworth,
can you answer that for me? The tablecloth wasn't hidden. It's right in front of us.
Do clarify.
Tablecloths used to hide the body where it's now. Isn't obvious? Miss Hall is carrying it with her out in the open.
Out in the open? Oh, you mean...
Miss Hall, you are wearing the tablecloth around your waist. The block of ice was not encased in the glass case. In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we have it examined, we will undoubtedly find traces of Chabet on it. Miss Hall, you will turn your tablecloth over to the police at once.
There is no need to examine the tablecloth. It is just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame Delicia and removed the body. I have done terrible things. Madame Delicia, I am so sorry. 1 week ago, I took your McTuxing X bottle. I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like a suicide. And if they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Katie.
Kate, what were you thinking? Weren't we always trying to save Mr. Masters together?
I could not let myself be arrested. Not until I had proven Monsieur Master's innocence. From the very beginning, I had planned to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it is too late to say that now.
Kate, why? Why would you go this far?
Even for Monsieur Shields, I've caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal.
IS-7 incident. Don't tell me that you were the true culprit.
My greatest crime was stealing the Chabet sculptures for my own selfish interest. When Monsieur Dover died, they were no longer just ordinary sculptures. They had become the final works of the sculpture Monsieur Master so deeply loved. What if they melted before Monsieur Master returned? What? With that in mind, I couldn't let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion freezer. However, I only wanted to preserve Monsieur Dover's art. I did not know his body was hidden amongst them.
You stole the sculptures without noticing the body? Monsieur Master would
never take another person's life. But because of me, the body vanished and Monsieur Master was found guilty. That kind man, he treated someone like me as family. He meant more to me than anyone else, and yet...
Kate.
When Monsieur Master was found guilty, I was chased out of this mansion. I was finally able to reclaim the mansion just a few days ago, but when I saw the sculptures still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized that I was the one who hid Monsieur Dover's body. However, the statute of limitation had already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins.
It appears I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Master.
What do you think about Mr. Edgeworth?
There is one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Why would Miss Hall plan a murder with such uncertain method like poison gas? And the reason she disguised the Orchestra Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms. I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish. She was trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence. In that case, Miss Hall's true objective was... Perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Miss Hall, were you trying to prove that Mr. Master's innocence? You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from about 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? By displaying those sculptures, you attracted those involved in the past incident. Only two people would know where the body was hidden. You and the true culprit. The culprit who panicked, knowing that the body would be displayed publicly. Yes, and if the culprit really showed up here, there's the risk they'd erase their tracks. In the worst case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. So how could you protect the evidence while simultaneously luring in the culprit? I see, that's why she made the Orchestra Palace look like the Winter Palace. Yes, and then, Miss Hall, you must have thought whoever opens the Pisces case believing it to be the Gemini case must be the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. Sorry I had to dry my eyes, but I was crying, reading out Miss Hall's lines. I don't know what we call that in pen and papering. We call that bleeding. When a character you play bleed into yourself a little bit. So yeah, don't worry about that. It's just putting myself in Miss Hall's place, and that's not a nice place. Guilt, regret, and despair. That's like, and loss, hopelessness and loss, and just all those feelings. She's like, oh, she's a little ball of stress, and man, I feel bad for her. What? But that means that person is the true culprit. Please wait a moment, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the IS-7 incident? Miss Hall was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claim. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it will not end well. Should I announce the true killer of Isaac Dover? What I should do is reveal the truth. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Yes, that's correct. Judge Courtney, I indict this person as the true culprit behind the IS-7 incident.
Take that!
Dane Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. Gusty is...
Mr. Gustavia. Miss Hall, didn't you believe that if you opened this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why you set up the poison gas trap, is it not?
You truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. It is as you say, Monsieur Edgeworth.
Now, would you please tell us the whole truth?
Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. Before the gallery opened, I left only the Auction Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went around to unlock each room, I discovered that the Auction Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hand was trembling.
All that was left was for the trap to do its work.
When I heard Monsieur Gustavia was exposed to the poison gas, I realized that he was the culprit. And I thought that if the police discovered Monsieur Doe's body, it would prove Monsieur Master's innocence.
Why didn't you ever come to talk to me? There might have been another way.
I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all of this had been brought on by my own crime. That's why I wanted to save Monsieur Master as soon as possible.
Hey.
Not only that, the police hid the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I reported the body, there was a chance that the truth would be hidden again. That's why I caused the incident at the museum's opening with as many witnesses as possible.
I am sorry. Gregory, Mr. Master, and even you, I couldn't protect anyone. Mr. Shields, it must be tough on him as well.
The one who should be apologizing is me. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, I'm terribly sorry. I shall accept whatever punishment I am given. However, I must ask of you, please clear Monsieur Master's name.
And now I'm crying again. Fantastic. The truth that was hidden for 18 years was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, to think that things would end this way. Let's get Gustavia, shall we? April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Miss Hall, have you composed yourself?
Yes.
What you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable.
Yes, I know.
However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. If the true culprit is someone else, we have a duty to reinvestigate. No false evidence from the IS-7 incident remains in the official case files. Moreover, there is no evidence to lend credence to Miss Hall's testimony. We should first arrest Miss Hall as the culprit behind today's incident. We cannot be certain that all the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecutor in the case has a history of forging evidence. Are you suggesting that the PIC overlooked such a prosecutor? That's none of my concern. The truth is that evidence was falsified. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago was just discovered proves it.
Prosecutor Edgeworth? I can see the remnants of Prosecutor Woodkarma within you.
What did you say?
You tried to deceive the PIC and fabricate the truth. Let me inform you of my, or rather the PIC's logic. I acknowledge that Prosecutor Woodkarma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as an accomplice. I believe that the true culprit was Miss Curator herself. She even attempted to murder Miss Gustavia today in order to pin the blame on him.
Is that really what the PIC believes?
Yes, every word I utter is for the sake of the law and order.
It seems she intends to hide the truth from me for the sake of the PIC.
At this rate, neither Mr. Master nor Miss Hall will be saved. I acknowledge that prosecutor Von fabricated information about the body. If you acknowledge that, why won't you reopen the case? And I managed to bop the microphone again. I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz today. The goddess of the law does not err in her judgment. While Prosecutor Von Karma may have used underhanded tactics. Objection. If you ask me, it's all been bogus ever since Von Karma fabricated that evidence. And you claim that justice was served? What is the PIC thinking? I can already declare my verdict. There is no need for further investigation. Let's hear your explanation on the matter then. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as an accomplice. I heard that the biggest factor in Mr. Master's conviction was his confession. If Prosecutor Von Karma had a hand in his confession, the ruling may not be just. The initial investigation was handled by Detective Red Laser. He was one who obtained the confession according to the official reports. All I can say is that the ruling has already been handed down. Jeez, why does Miss Courtney have to be so stubborn? Is the PSC so high and mighty? They sure seem like the arch enemy of prosecutors, to say the least. So they're kinda like what the police are to the great thieves? Says the great thief who nonchalantly works alongside the police. I believe that the true culprit was Miss Curator herself. Are you saying that both Miss Hall and Mr. Master murdered Isaac Dover? Mr. Master committed the murder while Miss Curator moved the body. That's what I believe. What? How can you say that? Did you not steal the body and preserve it for 18 years? It is only natural to suspect you of being an accomplice. He has already confessed to her crimes. And now is not the time to judge her of her past crimes. In that case, let's judge Miss Hall for her current crime. She even attempted to murder Mr. Gustavo today in order to pin the blame on him. If she wanted to pin the crime on somebody, why choose Mr. Gustavia? Perhaps Mr. Gustavia suspected Miss Hall was the criminal, as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini Sculpture was genuine. He was caught in a trap meant to silence him forever. Can you prove that theory? Mr. Gustavia is currently teetering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there is nothing we can do for now. That can't be true. There must still be something we can do. Still, you don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clearer explanation then. We already have ample evidence for both the IS-7 incident and today's poison gas incident. By ample evidence, you mean... For the IS-7 incident, we have the body, the murder weapon, and a pair of suspects. For the poison gas incident, we have the 2 chemicals and Miss Hall's confession. Furthermore, I have finished collecting all the evidence necessary. For your own PIC hearing, Prosecutor Edgeworth? What? How can you say something like that so casually? Miles, you know, you're always welcome to join the Edgeworth law offices. Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask that you refrain from making such needless remarks. I understand. Well, regardless, there's no need to investigate any further. Are you saying that there is nothing left for us to investigate? We have already exhausted all ends in regards to the evidence. This court will accept no further deliberations. I shall now deliver my verdict for the defendant of Catherine Hall. I hereby pronounce you... Hold it, there is still need for further investigation. If you wish to hold my verdict, please do so with evidence. That is, if there is any evidence that require further deliberation. I cannot allow this case to end here. There is still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I'll have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her. let's read through things again. That has already been covered. It's been covered. This has been covered extensively. That has been covered. Like sketch has been covered. Poison gas has been covered. Let's see again. Not this one. Okay. Still don't know whose fingerprints that was, but fine if that's not the one. Guess it might be this here. Okay. There's no need to investigate further, he says, and I disagree. But the question is why do I disagree? Oxalt lamp, the camera. Look, there's a mark engraved on the bottom. It says PH. That's because this teapot was created by the sculptor Pierre Houcault. As the creator, he would engrave his initials onto his work. Ah, but wasn't his real name Isaac Dover? Yes, apparently the victim of the IS-7 incident created this piece. So I'm left to wonder, all these works in Zodiac Gallery's creations. That was used to melt that away. Resin cloth, which there's not much to do with that either. What's that? I wish I remembered what is the topic. There's no need to investigate further. Let's see the whole thing. We already have ample evidence of both the IS-7 incident and today's price guessing. It's not the used gas burner. Honestly, let's set up a save here and then come back. Because I'm at the point where I have to guess. That's a bit frustrating. Not the files. There's also a chance I'm at the wrong statement. Wrong button again. Things are not going that well for me right now. Need to stop pressing the wrong button. Nope, not the statement, not the IS file. Let's see here, poison gas. That's gotten to this point. Not the pamphlet. I hate when it comes down to guessing, but can't do much about it right now. Dodge Gordon, could you take a look at this piece of evidence? I'm gonna take a short recess here. I need to go to the bathroom and such, but I'll be right back and we'll be continuing. And I'm back, sorry about that. Let's continue. Let's try the angel's recipe, and this is gonna crash it. Well, not crash it, but we're gonna get a bad ending here, and no, I'm glad I made that save point. I acknowledge that when Karma fabricated information about the body. However, he successfully convicted his master as accomplished, actually. Big deal. Sorry about that, the chat was for some reason deflated. However, he successfully convicted his master as accomplished. The true culprit was Mr. Curator herself. She even attempted to murder Gustavia today. To put the blame on him, we already have ample evidence. There is no need for further investigation. And I disagree with that. But why do I disagree with that? Running out of things to throw at it. Is there anything I haven't tried throwing at it? Might there have to be the last one? I don't know, but we also have way too much evidence to pick from right now. Okay, we found it. Which means... how do I... Actually, I know how. Just gonna reload in. No need to lose all that health, for lack of a better word. It really was leave it out, and I was considering that, but there is still one piece of evidence from the IS-7 incident that remains unsettled. Take a look at this. This is the forensics result from the Gemini sculptures that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of the analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. Who does this blood belong to? Until we know the answer, this case is still open. There was blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture? That's why I felt confused, because I was just thinking that's Dover's. I heard nothing of this from Sebastian. This was a report from Detective Gumshoe. I had planned to tell Mr. De Best myself. So even though you had no investigative authority, you still did as you please. I shall report everything that transpired today to the PIC. I will not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. If you wish to report my actions to the PIC, be my guest. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end. It is not my place to decide such things. I must ask that you check with Sebastian regarding this matter. Hey, good news, guys! Thanks to our early detection of Mr. Gustavia's life was saved. Mr. Gustavia? So, he's alive. Would you be the ones who saved my life? Hey, Mr. Gustavia. You are Sir Assistant, are you not? You've grown so big this time. This one is your assistant, then? No, I'm... he's an assistant candidate. And Gregory Edgeworth's son. I am Miles Edgeworth, a prosecutor. What a twist of fate. I am in your debt. It is thanks to you that I have completely recovered. There is no need for thanks. Since you're alive, we can reach the truth behind the incident 18 years ago. What do you speak of? While you were unconscious, the truth has started to come to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer. What? Really? Miss Hall was looking for the criminal behind the events of 18 years ago. That's why she set up the poison gas in the Pisces case. Mr. Gustavia, the events of the incident 18 years ago, tell us what really happened. So you wish to remain silent? Nah, I think he's just meditating. He can sleep standing up? What a useful skill to have! Meditation is different from sleeping, though. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us what you did 18 years ago. I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap. That's not a very funny joke. I'm a victim, not a culprit. Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether you or not you are a criminal. This is only their baseless speculation. Do not concern yourself with the thrill of the prosecutor without jurisdiction. At least there is one person here who understands. My name is Justine Courtney. I'm a judge. If you would like, I would be happy to assist you. Let us show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth of 18 years ago. Understood. I shall prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor. Judge Courtney, is that your answer? Do you intend to bury the truth of the IS-7 incident before it can be brought to light? I merely believe in the judgments of the goddess of the law. Ultimately, those who render judgment are only human. As long as humans control the law, there is no guarantee that every verdict is correct. If you are going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back. I'm looking forward to it. Lady Justine, what should I do now? You are being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason why you opened the Pisces case? Understood. I came to see Sir Dover's works from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum at half an hour before it opened. Miss Hall, there was nobody at the entrance, correct? Since I thought the criminal from 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with the opening preparations, so there was nobody in the first floor. In addition, I locked every palace door aside from the auction one. I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal to the auction palace, which is why he ended up entering the auction palace. It's always suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery should remain silent unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony false. I will not allow any objections. Gallery? This isn't even a courtroom. Now then, why did you open the Pisces case? I wish to view Sir Dover's handiwork up close. The Gemini Sculpture. No, it was actually the Pisces, wasn't it? The lid had been frozen shut, so I borrowed a burner to open it. But as soon as I opened the lid, the poison gas began pouring out. That's quite a convenient testimony. It sounds like a total lie, doesn't it? There are parts of Mr. Gustavia's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there is no evidence to disprove it. But that's... Would it not make sense for suspicion to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? She may have intended to release the poison gas haphazardly. Objection! They turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She was specifically targeting the person who triggered the trap.
Mr. Gustavia, you were her only target. You are willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth? Miss Hall must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago. Sir Prosecutor, it seems you wish to suspect me to the bitter end. However, I had no reason to murder Sir Dover. If there is no evidence to suggest that I killed him, I cannot have you suspect me.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal?
All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it won't prove he committed the murder.
But that's... Mr. Shields, is there anything we can do?
Well, if there isn't any evidence, we should try reorganizing the facts. If Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover, there must have been a motive. Motive? Mr. Gustavia himself is denying that such a motive exists. It's not easy to take another person's life. 18 years ago, your old man also discovered motive with Prosecutor Von Karma. You claim the collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder. We couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia 18 years ago, but this time things are different. If we connect everything we learned so far, the truth might be revealed. Yes, I suppose so. It seems I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago. I must recall all the details that have remained unexplained. So, the gloved finger marks on the picture frame was your doom. Felicia denied leaving the finger marks on the frame. If they were left by Mr. Gustavia, he may have been trying to view the angel's recipe.
Once your master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seems the film that he had prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film? It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of film remaining. Well, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake. Though...
The information my father collected 18 years ago was certainly not for naught. If there is no evidence, then I shall use logic to reveal the truth. If he had photographed the contents of the angel's recipe, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Gustavia used Mr. Master's camera to take the pictures. If he had stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out. I see, pictures, eh? The problem is the time at which he entered Mr. Master's room. Mr. Gustavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea ride. Because since both him and Mr. Dover did not participate in the afternoon tea. If I remember correctly, the only time we can prove that Dover was still alive is... The victim was not seen as he stayed locked up in his room after the hunters had begun. The only one who could have unlocked the locked rooms was Jeff Master. Was Master's dessert all that you ate?
Actually, no. After the afternoon tea, I also ate Icy's desserts.
After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume he was killed at some point before Delicia snuck into his room, then there is a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over. Mr. Gustavia, you collaborated with the victim Isaac Dover to create your desserts, didn't you? Oh, it seems you know about my secret. Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design while you were in charge of the taste. Is that correct? Back then my training had been insufficient. It seems you worked together through the semi-finals, but not during the finals. Why is that? both wish to compete in the finals against Sir Master on our own merits. You must have also helped with Isaac Dover's desserts even during the finals. What makes you able to declare something like that? Didn't you tell Prosecutor Wankama about it yourself, 18 years ago, that you cooperated until the day before the finals? The sculpture in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of Chabet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Gustavi prepared Mr. Dover's Chabet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Gustavi's cooperation ended the day before the finals. And then why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavi in return? The views of the dead are of no concern to me. Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there is a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder. That could be a possibility. However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully. A peaceful breakup? That's hard to imagine. Not to mention, it's absurd to think that I killed Sir Dover in Sir Master's room. I couldn't have killed Sir Dover while Sir Master was also there making his desserts. In other words, there is no way I could have committed the murder. That's not true. There was a moment when Mr. Master was absent from the room. I could have proven that it was possible for Mr. Gustavi to commit the murder. Isaac Dover was alive up until the afternoon tea began. Ergo, that is the only time when Gustavia could have killed Dover. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied? Sorry, but I'm far from satisfied. Because I'm finally starting to see the truth behind this case. Are you saying you have found some evidence to show us the truth? No, there's no need to present any evidence, since we can just have Mr. Gustavia tell us the truth. Ah, so this is where you use that, right? Indeed. Miss Gustavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. I said, Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the finals of the contest, you made your dessert on your own. I wanted to compete for the title of the world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits. If that was truly the case, you would have competed on your own merits from the start. I want you to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover. During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Gustavia collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder, what made them decide to cooperate in the first place? That's what I need to draw out from him. But... it seems he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. First I'll ask about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth has been hidden for 18 years. That ends today. Why did you collaborate with Mr. Dover? Why did you decide to collaborate with Isaac Dover? The Dover and I were already acquaintances even before the contest began. As he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter it together. Joining forces with a sculpture. You weren't confident in your own abilities? You know nothing about me. We wanted to make great works together. I will be loyal. And I failed. This is the first time I made a mistake in this playthrough in terms of what's it called? The chess dimension, as far as I remember. I think there was once I made a misclick early on, but other than that, at least as far as I remember, I might be wrong. Besides, I have an inkling that there might be one more time I made a mistake, but it's not frequent I do it. Why did you decide to collaborate with Isaac Dover? Really? So were you going to share the title of World's Greatest Pastry Chef together? I accidentally clicked the wrong button again and skipped some dialogue. I hope that wasn't important. My condition may be worsening. I should get back to the infirmary. Wait, was to pass it there. And I keep making mistakes. Well, that gives us another chance to read it. Sadova, son, and my own attended the same elementary school. We all got along well from the start. Really? So where are you going to share time? As expected, he returns to meditate when things aren't going his way. Mr. Doa was a sculptor. I doubt he had any interest in the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goal lie? Indeed, my goal was the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sadova's goal was the grand prize, the angel's recipe. I see. You cooperated because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason why your partnership soured. Sir Prosecutor, I am the victim of a poisoning. If you're going to suspect me in this manner, perhaps I'd better return to the infirmary. Wait a moment. In that case, you should end the things soon. I am not a patient man. It seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal. Indeed, I need to keep the pressure on him while being cautious of the time. Did you want to appear? Did you want to appear on Mr. Master's TV show? I believe it was called Shake and Bake, was it not? I'm pretty sure it's called Piece of Cake. Would you really want to see me dance about while I make desserts? No, that probably wouldn't be too popular with the kids either. Exactly. I know my limitations. I have no interest in that kind of theatrical tomfoolery. Sir Prosecutor, you should think about who you're talking to before asking questions. I understand. I should refrain from making unnecessary statements. Well, it didn't seem important, but I was wondering if that was to uncover some information. Apparently not. Didn't you have another goal besides the title? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value. How dare you, the likes of you, insult the title of a confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I had no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef. "18 years ago, I was lacking in the science senses. However, things are different now." Oh, are you saying you have improved at your craft? Exactly, for I have trained in the Republic of Shenfa. Yes, at the time I also studied Mr. Master's work. I would often watch his show with my son. So you were studying Mr. Master's work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipes, perhaps it would be easier for you to become the world's greatest. Perhaps. The pastry chef, Mr. Master's recipes were worth their weight in gold. If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you should have also been interested in the grand prize, the angel's recipe. The recipes of the world's greatest pastry chef. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think that simply being interested would be a problem. I will wonder about that. Angel's recipe's true nature was not made for making desserts, but cures. And all of the contest participants should have been aware of that. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now to slowly but surely drive him into a corner. Next, I'll ask what he planned to use the recipe book for. Did you intend to win the angel's recipe and use it to make desserts? Of course, if I obtained the angel's recipe, I was going to use it in my training. I hear the angel's recipe was worth a lot of money. I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold. You seem to know quite a lot about the angel's recipe. It was explained to all the contestants participant at the beginning of the contest. In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That is not a recipe book for desserts at all. Hmm. Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. Do you know the true nature of the angel's recipe? The angel's recipe? Some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contained formulas for new medicine that were not yet on the market. You knew the recipe were actually formulas for new medicine. This could be a useful clue. The angel's recipe. Did you know its true value? Silly question, it contains the master's best dessert recipes. Any pastry chef with their salt would want it. Looks like the clue will come in handy. You may have studied design in Qingfa. However, your skills in lying could use more work. You just said earlier that the angel's recipe contained formulas for medicine. You weren't interested in the dessert, you wanted the medicine formulas. Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in medicine? Perhaps what you were really after was the information about the new medicine. I've underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. Yes. My goal was more than just the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. At the time, my son was ill. I needed the recipe for the medicine. Your son was ill. Tell me more about that. To protect my son's honor, I can say no more. Judging by the worried look on his face, I must have struck a nerve. Next, I need him to tell me more about his son's illness. This is it. This will be my final move of the game. What was the name of your son's illness? Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you. It seems I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line. I must read my opponent's reaction and emotion. What kind of person was your son? My boy, he loved the desserts I made. Did you enter the contest solely for your son? Sir Prosecutor, you could never understand. The feelings a father has for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness. Until the semifinals, my son would always stop by the contest venue to play. Is that so? Wouldn't he get in your way? I doubt you had time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Master. That may be so, but I wanted to grant my son's wish. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts. About your son. If he was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come and play with you? My son's illness, it wasn't life-threatening. What might serve as a clue? Did the angel's recipe have the only cure? Yes, though the medicine is being sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continued making my desserts without joining the others for the tea time. So you weren't interested in what Mr. Master was making. You sure seem confident in your chance of winning. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the other contestants' desserts. You just said earlier that you'd study Mr. Master's works. In addition, if your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula, you must have been curious about the other contestants' entries as well. There was time to sample the desserts during the contest, but none of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't want to eat any of it. I suspect I may have been a bit nervous as well. Everything he ate tasted flavorless. A useful clue. What was the name of your son's illness? The Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son is seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you. Looks like a clue will come in handy. You told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it? It was enough to keep him from living a normal life. That must have been difficult for your son. I tried everything I could to cure his illness. It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much. The angel's recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder. What? He had it too? He had it too, I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder. I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly. In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal? It is as you say. Based on how he acted up until now, it appears he's still hiding something. Looks like I have. Like the clue will come in handy. Being unable to taste anything, regardless of what you eat, such a bitter illness. That reminds me, didn't you say something similar earlier? None of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it, wasn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from the taste disorder? It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure yourself. That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago I made those desserts all by myself. Yeah, it seems you caught yourself in a contradiction. Didn't you cooperate with Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made the desserts all by yourself. You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef. But to betray your pride and cooperation with another contestant, you did it all to cure your own disease. Well done, Sir Prosecutor. It's as you say. The one with the taste disorder is not my son. It is I. No one knew. I kept it a secret for 18 years. It doesn't matter how long a secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Then Gustavia and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipes for the new medicine. Gustavia to cure his conditions, and Dover most likely to sell the recipe book for money. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. And with that, checkmate. I have never told this to anyone. Well done. I should say I developed taste disorder 18 years ago. Taste disorder? It was a severe disorder. I was unable to discern any flavor at all. It's the one illness a pastry chef dreads above all. Those symptoms sound a bit different from Mr. Master's taste disorder. Mr. Master's condition is known as hypogeusia. It simply causes a decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors. I'm sure it has caused Sir Masters much pain too. After all, no medication was available to cure it 18 years ago. In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need Mr. Master's angel recipe. And that's why you entered the contest, am I correct? That was one of my goals, but I still had my sights set on the title of World's Greatest. When it comes to making desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors. Oh, so I presume you also prepared your desserts in the finals with the intent to win. That goes without saying. According to Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of Mr. Gustavi's entry was up until the semi-finals. Mr. Gustavi's flavors and design were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his finals entry left me much to be desired. It seems the dessert you made for the finals was not rated highly in regards to flavor. Mr. Gustavia, you will tell us about how you made your desserts during the finals. Very well. It seems I must teach you upstarts a lesson. So Sorry, I thought I heard something. Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor. He was in charge of the design. However, for the finals I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. How about that, Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago. I can't find any contradiction in his testimony. But of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years after all. Guess we'll just have to keep on pressing on until he breaks, Yes. Doa and I cooperated onto the finals. I handled the flavor, he was in charge of the design. Mr. Doa took care of the designs while you handled the flavors. Doa was a sculptor by trade. His sense of design was splendid. But he was just an amateur chef. We combined our strengths by working together. You never did have much design sense, did you, Mr. Gustavia? Nah. What do you think of this? That's the symbol of Xingfa.
Wow, a phoenix! That is really good!
Whoa, you really have improved these past 18 years. Behold the fruits of my 18 years of training. I put my life and limb on the line for my dessert skills. It's true that I cooperated with Sir Dover 18 years ago, up until the finals. However, the finals I wanted to challenge the master with my own skills. So you were really serious about the title of world's greatest pastry chef? Yes, confectionery is my life. Naturally, I wanted to be the world's greatest. But back then, I was still inexperienced, and I was no match for the better chef. But your goal was also to obtain the angel's recipe, right? Wouldn't the recipe book be worth more to you than the title?
I will not stand by and watch your badger or a convalescent man like this. My gavel shall protect you, Mr. Gustavia.
I realize he's still recuperating, but...
Mr. Gustavia, do not yield to this devilish prosecutor. Now then, please continue with your testimony.
I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. So you helped Mr. Dover with his desserts, but made yours all by yourself. No matter how you look at it, this seems odd. Why didn't Mr. Dover assist you? It matters not how it seems. It's the truth. I do not know what Sir Dover was thinking. It's hard to prove if someone is lying about something that happened 18 years ago. Hey Kay, does your secret weapon also work as a lie detector?
If it did, I'd have already stolen Mr. Edgeworth's spotlight.
There's no need for that. I will expose this man's lies myself. Then Gustavia, please continue with your testimony. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praise for the flavor of your desserts. Was there some sort of accident during the finals? Nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my work due to my taste disorder. My intuition must have been off. That's all. Then was your intuition fine while making Mr. Dover's entry? How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day?
We're not getting anywhere at this rate.
Could I change the topic? I don't think there's any reason to change the topic. All those unanswered questions 18 years ago. I should already have the keys I need to unravel them. I must recall all the information that Mr. Shields and my father gathered. So, you're sure there wasn't anything different between the semifinals and the finals? Yes, that's right. Aside from not cooperating with Sodova, the finals weren't much different from the semifinals. There was another difference between the semifinals and the finals. This photo depicts your son. We know he came to visit you up until the finals. That is correct. What does that have to do with anything? Your son, who always came to see you through the semifinals, was not present for the finals.
And then it was only in the finals that your flavor judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Your son's visits must have been very important to you, were they not? A father can work miracles when his son is watching. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious desserts. Mr. Gustavius sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he? If what he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. But just hearing his son's cheers wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his desserts. A confectionery confident in his sense of taste develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his desserts. Your son came to cheer you on. Was that really all he did? You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around and ask you. What else could my elementary school son have done besides cheer me on? I'm sure your elementary school son would have remembered the taste of your desserts. Of course, my son always loved my desserts. In that case, he would have been able to taste test your desserts in your place. What did you say? Earlier, you told us that you have a taste disorder. I've never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago. No one else knew about your taste disorder. If Mr. Dover had found out, he would have ended your partnership. After all, you were in charge of the flavor. Your son didn't just cheer you on. He also helped you determine if your desserts tasted correct. Ah, I see. Mr. Dover's dessert was made the day before, so it still tasted good. What you are saying is quite amusing, Mr. Prosecutor. You say that my elementary school son assisted me as a taste tester. You are insulting my pride. Your pride? It's true, I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. You claim I would cast aside my pride and rely on my son. Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture. You upstart. In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm if my theory is mere conjecture. Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son. What? After my taste disorder was cured, I went to train in Shenfa immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son. What? Don't tell me. You would even abandon your own son. That's not all. Even today, the whereabouts of his son is still unknown. The police have been searching, but they haven't been able to find any traces of him. You wish to confirm your theory? I welcome you to try. Desserts are the only things that are important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son no longer mattered. Order in the court. Mr. Gustavius' actions are certainly inhumane. However, we are not here to judge whether or not he is a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss. After all, there is no evidence left from 18 years ago that could prove your theories. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? At this rate, we'll never find out the truth. Detective Gumshoe, where are those results? I wonder whose blood it could have been. I've asked forensics to look into it, sir. Right, I leave it to you, detective. I entrusted to Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. If only I knew who that blood belonged to. Miles, there's still one thing that's bothering the way. Was Mr. Gustavi only reason for coming to the art gallery to check on the body? If he only wanted to confirm the body's presence, he wouldn't have needed to open the case. That's right. Is there a way we can prove this? There's one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe. Prosecutor Edgeworth? What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Just the person I was talking about. Detective Gumshoe, I trust you have the test results. Of course, sir. I just got the report back from the lab. Detective, please be silent. So this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about.
Huh? Hey, what's this? Huh? This is the first I've heard of it. This was a request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence. Why? Why is everyone always helping you out? I'm the one in charge of the crime scene! Mr. The Best, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear his report first? Sure. Detective Gumshoe, what were the results? Here's the report, sir. The traces of blood found in the Gemini Sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas, Dane Gustavia. What are you saying? Good work, Detective Gumshoe. As I thought, my theory was correct.
Inspector, what do you mean? We too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove?
This blood is something the culprit of the IS-7 incident tried to conceal. It can't be. This blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini Sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Dover's body. No!
Why would Mr. Gustavia's blood be in the place like that?
If you intend to remain silent, then I'll reveal the truth myself. In the Gemini case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar.
Salt and blood?
And only one of Mr. Dover's Chabet desserts tasted salty. Come to think of it, I remember Miss Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago.
Oh yes, see, the Chabet was most delicious.
Really, I wish I could have eaten some too.
But there was one piece that was so salty I couldn't eat it.
Salty?
It's right here in this photo. It was part of that lyre.
That's the lyre from the Gemini constellation. Exactly. For some reason, salt had been mixed into the lyre. No other traces of salt were found in Dover's room.
In that case, please explain. Where did the salt detected in the lyre come from? This is the rock salt lamp used as a murder weapon in the IS-7 incident.
I believe part of this rock salt lamp was mixed in with this Chabet from the lyre. At the time of the murder, there were 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Master's room. One of these lamps took Mr. Dover's life. We know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind on the murderous lamp. However, there were no traces of anyone's blood found at the crime scene, Mr. Master's room. Because the killer disposed all of the desserts with traces of blood into the streams of water, right? No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. Speaking of which, weren't the 2 rock salt lamps found in Miss Delicious' room are also broken? It looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken. Both of their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were dropped on the floor. We never did figure out why the other rock salt lamp was broken. Maybe Mr. Gustavia's blood was on the other lamp. If your blood was found on the lamps at the crime scene, you would have been suspected. As the culprit, you would have needed to conceal all traces of your blood from the police.
Don't tell me you concealed it in the Chabet lyre.
Exactly. The rock salt lamp and his blood were mixed into the Chabet lyre and hidden inside the glass case. Unlike the fountain's water, the Chabet desserts would not be analyzed right away. Perhaps he had planned to dispose of the Chabet when the opportunity presented itself.
Then, the reason Mr. Gustavia came to this gallery.
18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. Even the killer could not have anticipated that. There was no way of knowing when the body and the evidence would be discovered. So he planned to destroy the evidence before the Zodiac Art Gallery grand opening. Then Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the IS-7 incident.
Monsieur Gustavia, you're the reason Monsieur Master is...
That's good. Mr. Gustavia, could it be, after all this time, a crime is finally brought to light? The prosecutors and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close. Bravo, bravo, Sir Prosecutor. to admit that you killed Mr. Dover. It is true I killed Isaac Dover, but I had only himself to blame. What do you mean? Dover and I worked together in order to win the contest. No matter who won, we agreed that we'd share the angel's recipe. But on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. But Dover, this isn't what we agreed on. I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal is off! But I made your desserts for you. I'm the reason you got this far. And what of it? Can you prove that you assisted me in any way? Dover, you were planning to betray me all along. Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my finals entry on my own. It's just as the prosecutor said. My son assisted me every day until the finals. What about your pride as a confectionery artist? A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations. That's a feeling an upstart like you would never understand. Mastering the art of dessert making is my reason for being. It is my own one and only pride. Committing murder for the sake of pride. That's another feeling I will never understand. To say nothing of abandoning your own son. Such a thought disgusts me. Before you judge me, first understand what happened 18 years ago. On the day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, I suppose Dover had a hand in that as well.
What exactly happened to your son?
I do not know, but it no longer matters. Ever since that day, my son meant nothing to me. From what I hear, he's still missing.
That's awful, giving up on him like that.
Without your son, you had no chance of winning, correct? Yes, and since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed a failsafe. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. I just needed to take a photo of the cure to my taste disorder. It would have all worked out. If only Dover hadn't interfered. Ah, Gustavia. Trying to steal a picture of my prize, are you? That hardly seems sporting. You! Cure for taste disorders. Oh, you have a taste disorder, don't you? Ah, this is rich. A pastry chef who can't taste. Dover, you. Ah! Puny worm, you are in no position to oppose me. Why you? When I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps, and that was when my blood stained on it. Mr. Dover wasn't the first one to be injured. To conceal my blood, I shaved my way part of the rocks salt lamp and mixed it into the shabay. After that, it became part of the lyre sculpture. So that's how you try to erase your traces of the crime scene. Dover tried to blackmail me by using his knowledge of my taste disorder. If I didn't want it to become public, I was to pay him a large sum. But that's the reasoning why you killed Isaac Dover. Exactly. What reason do I have to let those who obstruct me live? He was the one who drew first blood. I simply gave him his just desserts. So that was his motive. I carried the rock salt lamp that bore my blood into Dover's room. Then I came with a hiding place where it would not be easily found. I get it. That room contained plenty of tools for sculpting shabay. Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was the ideal place to shave away the rock salt. I then proceeded to coat the surface of the shabay lyre with vast amounts of salty mixture.
But why? Why did you try to pin the crime on Monsieur Master?
You are wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. If not for your unnecessary meddling, Sir Master would never have been suspected. Why do you think I hid the murder weapon and Florence stuff in Lady Delicia's room? There is only one reason why you place a murder weapon in someone else's room. You want to pin the crime on Delicia.
Me?
Yes, that is correct.
Dusty, why me?
As one of who was thought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respected Sir Master. It was never my intention to cast suspicion on him. But an insolent woman who dared to sully the contest with fake desserts. I had no problem letting someone like you take the blame for the crime.
That makes me so sad.
A If you hadn't snacked on other people's desserts, the body would never have been found. It was when Sir Master would be judging Lady Delicious' room. That's when I finally saw an opportunity to freeze the body, but before I could move the body, Lady Catherine had already discovered it.
Why did you need to freeze Monsieur Dover's body?
Why indeed?
Monsieur Edgeworth? Please tell us, why would Monsieur Gustavia have the need to freeze the body?
Mr. Gustavia intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death coincided with the tea party, Mr. Gustavia would have been suspected. Ah, that is correct. Preparation were necessary to freeze the body, while I was preparing in Dover's room. I placed the body in the treasure chest in Sir Master's room. I could think of no better hiding place at the time. But thanks to that gluttonous pharmacist, the lid of the chest broke.
But why did you disguise him as an ice sculpture?
Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. But by time you needed to hide it someplace else.
How horrid! How could you hide Monsieur Dover's body within one of his own works?
It all would have worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything had gone according to plan, Sir Master would never have been arrested.
So because I discovered the body, it's my fault, Monsieur Master.
Kate, don't take his words to heart. Even if suspicion hadn't fallen on Mr. Master, Miss Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Gustavia himself. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also a dunce. To think that he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor. Prosecutor Von Kamm indicted Mr. Master without knowing the body had vanished. I see, that would explain why he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it's something that would stand out if you read the official documents. Someone have intentionally distorted the information. At any rate, Von Kamm found out about the missing body after he had made his indictment. And if he had let one person be acquitted, he'd have a stain on his much prided perfect record. That's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden, and had Mr. Master declared guilty.
What are you saying? 18 years that man has taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all?
I don't care what you say. What a monster. I'm arresting him right here, right now, sir.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
Ah, so you figured it out. That's correct. You have no right to sentence me.
What? But the culprit is standing right in front of us.
Ah, that's rich. Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me. It has been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed my crime because the statute of limitation had expired.
Statute of limitation for murder is 15 years. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do?
As long as the statute of limitation remains, arresting him is impossible.
No way. My sincere apologies. Prosecutor Edgeworth, neither Mr. Gustavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of the trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned.
What? What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gustavia, this should at least earn Mr. Master a retrial.
Really? I wonder about that. Overturning a verdict of the goddess of the law is much harder than you think.
Is he trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago? How unfortunate, Sir Prosecutor. Is there nothing I can do? Is there no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia? Okay, this is not good enough. Fine. It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statuette. It's been so long I got nothing left to hide. Ask me anything you like. Very well. Could you explain to me what you did during these past 18 years? Certainly. After the contest, the medicine from the recipe book allowed me to fully cure my taste disorder. I then immediately headed to Shengfa to train my design skills. But he wasn't seen ever since that case because he was in a foreign country. Indeed, and I'm certain that I went abroad to train. About 1 year after that case, right before the master's final trial began. And thanks to my training, I am now a confectioner unparalleled in both taste and design. You should not be proud of the position earned through the sacrifices of others. You can't bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal. That's horrible. Say what you will. The facts still remain that you cannot arrest me. I have to get more information out of Mr. Kusaria. Was there anything of note in his recent testimony? Could you please add the details about your training in Shengfa to your testimony? Certainly. You trained in Shengfa. After the incident 18 years ago, I left on a journey. I had already decided to hone my candy crafting skills in Shengfa. Thanks to that, my design sense is incomparable to what it was in the past. Whoa, that's awesome! You may have it if you like. Oh, sweet! So he trained in Shengfa. Nothing? Okay. Just a minute. What's the song? Could you please add details about Mr. Master's final trial to your testimony? Certainly. What witnessed the Master's final trial? So you weren't called as a witness by Prosecutor Von Kammer or by your father? My father, I had more important things to do than attend the trial. I was much too busy trying to master the art of the certs. The old man did try to find him, but could never get a hold of a contact address. So he took the initiative and left before he could be summoned to court. No matter how many years have passed, your sin will never fade, Sir Prosecutor. There's no way you can arrest me. Arresting you would be a piece of cake for someone like Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, sir? I don't think it will be that simple. It's impossible for you to arrest me. I'm not witness to Sir Master's final trial. If your limitations in countries, yes, is not arrest me. There we go. One of the conditions regarding the statute of limitation for murder is as follows. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So the statute of limitation was suspended while you were overseas.
That's right, the statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Shangfa. Indeed, it is possible that the statute of limitations has not expired yet. Miss Gustavia, please tell us how long you stayed in Shangfa?
It would be exactly 3 years. 3 years. Wait. Let me calmly think this over. The case occurred 18 years ago. The statute of limitations is 15 years and goes away for free.
15 plus 3 is exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Mr. Edgeworth, we did it. The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet.
Exactly 18 years, you say? How amusing. So he realized.
Why are you laughing? The statute of limitations still applies.
Hey, it's frustrating, but the case occurred in December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred 18 years and 4 months ago. His stay abroad wasn't quite enough. We're just a few months short.
Not enough? That's...
Like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me. He must have known all about this when he confessed to his crime.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it really is a shame. If it was just 1 year earlier, the statute of limitations would not have run out. Those who undermine the goddess of the law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. It seems you were simply incapable.
No. This can't be. This can't be the end.
But Monsieur Gustavia really is beyond the law's reach.
Kate, what are you thinking?
Objection.
If you're thinking taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice.
What?
Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago? Just as you were mistaken earlier, it seems Mr. Gustavia has also overlooked one key detail. Overlooked? He wasn't present during Mr. Mars' final trial. He doesn't know the outcome of the trial. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over the book on statute of limitation again. 17 years ago, Master was falsely declared guilty for serious crime. Thanks to that verdict, we aren't out of ammunition just yet. Mr. Shields, you don't mean... Those who undermine the goddess of the law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I'm Mr. Master's attorney. I can't use his suffering as a weapon in good conscience. For that reason, I leave the rest up to you. The trial my father and Von Karma battled over, can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? My father and Von Karma, the path diverged. One revealed the truth and the other concealed it. The path that I choose is the one that reveals the truth.
I see no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Dame Gustavia not guilty.
Overruled! Gustavia will stand in court for his crimes.
Do you mean to say you have found a way to arrest Mr. Gustavia?
Exactly. I'll show Judge Courtney the evidence that shatters the statute of limitation. I submit this evidence to the court.
Fine, it's not this. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can see where your feelings are coming from. However, to see your struggle so intensely, it seems you don't know when to give up.
I will never give up. The fate of this case is in my hands. Jeffrey Master's trial went on for 1 year. A year-long trial where the truth was fabricated. There must be one more exception to the statute of limitation I can use. I'll show it, and I wanted to showcase the limitation on the book, but apparently I have to tell you about how long the trial actually was.
The IS-7 case file. Which page is I referring to?
suspect data page. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice to murder. And it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict.
Right, that is indeed true.
This book likes conditions in which the statute of limitation can be put on hold. The first, as I have said earlier, is if the subject flees to a foreign country. But there is one more. If possible, accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached. What are you saying? Sir Master was found to be an accomplice? That's right. Mr. Master was sentenced after you had left for your trip to Shengfa. And he was found guilty not of being the culprit, but of being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. That's absurd! Sir Master never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know this. Of course we do. That is why we are going to free him. To that end, we will shatter the one remaining obstacle in our way. The statute of limitation. He fled to Shengfa for 3 years, and Jeffrey Master was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. Put it all together, we see that this total time limit for this case is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet.
The goddess of the law is unerring in her judgments. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it, but it seems like this case will have to be reopened.
This is absurd. You cannot arrest me. For the last 18 years, an innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead. Miss Gustavia, it's now time for you to atone for your crimes. No! I had finally earned my place as the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son. What a shame. You can't run from your crimes any longer. Ah! This is a pretty good breakdown, to be honest. Think Gustavia has been taken into custody, sir.
Yeah, so you're up next, right? Yes, I understand.
Kate?
Everyone, I'm truly sorry for all the trouble I caused. And thank you very much for your catching Monsieur Gustavia.
What you did cannot be overlooked, even if the crimes you committed were in response to a past injustice. As a prosecutor, I am terribly sorry for what happened.
No, I'm only getting what I deserve, since I was the cause of all this.
Kate, will you have me as your attorney? I'm not quite the same useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let them find you guilty.
Oh, Monsieur Shields. Yes, thank you so much.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's time to go.
Yes, all right.
Judge Courtney, I can't help but feel that you've been dishonest with me.
Dishonest? Whatever do you mean?
You said that the verdict could not be overturned, but that was not the case. A reinvestigation and retrial were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found.
I have no need to answer you.
It seems you doesn't intend to ever give me an answer.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. Now then, I shall take my leave. Hold on, Mr. Edgeworth. Caught the real bad guy. Didn't he do his job as a prosecutor? No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today. Mr. Edgeworth!
Hey, Prosecutor Edgeworth!
What is it?
Why are you always sticking your nose into cases that you're not even involved with?
My duty is to reveal the truth. Not only as a prosecutor, it's just who I am. I don't get it. As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will.
Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home.
What was that all about? There is much she still needs to learn. Mighty!
Oh, what is this?
I knew Greggy's son could do it. I think I might be falling for you. Thanks for helping, Jeffy.
Well, Yo, Edgy. Great job solving the case. Well, I was busy drawing, so I really didn't catch all of it. Huh, where did Katie and Justy run off to?
Doris? You really weren't paying much attention at all, were you?
Well, I hate to admit it, but Harry's Doodles actually helped us out a few times. I should say something nice to him. Don't glare at me like that. I'm sorry. It was not my intent to glare at you. The patented Edgeworth glare. You're just like your old man. Is that so? Well then, Uncle Ray's gonna go pay Mr. Master a visit. You guys wanna tag along? I'd be happy to accompany you.
Oh, me too.
April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center. Visitors room.
So this is Jeffrey Master. What's he like?
Oh, he's a really nice and gentle guy. He's still doing his best to make people happy. He actually cooks desserts for the inmates. Nowadays, all the prisoners and guards look forward to snack time at 3 o'clock.
Wow, that's nice. I want to eat his desserts too.
So the chocolate cake we saw in the prison the other day, he was the one who made it.
Oh, Gummy, why are you here?
I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted Mr. Master myself. Hello and all. I am Jeffrey Master. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday.
It is a pleasure to meet you all. Mr. Master, Miles is your old defense attorney's son. You mean Mr. Gregory? Your father has done so much for me, and yet I betrayed his good faith when I made that false confession. I've heard the details from Mr. Shields. Mr. Master, I came here today to tell you everything we'd learned about 18 years ago. 18 years ago? Kate committed a crime for my sake. Why would she do such a thing? Miss Hall has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years. She was willing to do whatever it took to save you. Kate, you shouldn't have gone through so much trouble for an old man who let her down. Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hall cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond. An unbreakable bond? Prove to the bond between Jeffrey Master and Catherine Hall. This should give Mr. Master some peace of mind.
Take that!
These chocolates. Did Kate make them? She did.
They're really sweet and tasty.
She's been making these chocolates for 18 years. So that's... she could give them to you whenever you returned. Kate. I'm sure they are very, very sweet. Yes, they truly are. Unfortunately, I cannot give them to you now, but I can hand them over later in secret, pal. It is against the rules, but right now I don't have the authority to stop him. Thank you very much. Say, you remind me of an old friend. Do you know of a Detective Bad? Of course I do. Detective Bad is my #1 role model, pal. Oh, uncanny. Talk about fate. Mr. Master, it's looking like we'll be able to get you out of it soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so. Raymond,
I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, that's not it. What I really should be saying is, thank you. Mr. Master, now it's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Please look after her, Raymond. You got it. The IS-7 incident. The case is I inherited from my father. After 18 long years, it's finally coming to a close. Miles, thanks for today. I'm sorry for leaving that final decision to you. No, I made that decision of my own free will. Huh? What are you talking about? The risk was dire. We had no choice but to use Mr. Master's false charges. We used Mr. Master's false charge, which I was originally supposed to protect him from. The attorney inside of me simply could not do it. But that's how it was. But after this, Uncle Ray is going to try to clear away that false charge as well. Yes, I understand. What? But if they find out about the false charge, they won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right? That's true. It sure is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it isn't always completely right. Contradiction in the law. Well, who knows what'll happen. The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up. You know? People and the law both grow. Miles, fight crime as a prosecutor or to save people as a defense attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. I will. Well, if you ask Uncle Ray, you'll always be welcome down at the office. Alright then, looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Really though, thanks for today. Mr. Shield seems to be in a bit of a hurry. Indeed. I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's last case because of him. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney like my father. However, under Prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the ways of the prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life. However, right now, there are forces trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. Maybe now is the perfect time to think about how I should live my life. April 2nd, 7:29 p.m. Edgeworth Law Offices. Gregory, I'm sorry that it took so long. It may have taken 18 years. But finally, we've proven Mr. Master's innocence. Miles, your son, helped me with that. That way, he fought for the truth. It was just like you, Gregory. I'm still not the kind of attorney you were. But I will forever carry on the conviction I inherited from you. And if I can, together with him. I really want to see Ray in a modern Ace Attorney game, to be honest. To fight crime as a prosecutor or to save people as a defense attorney. The path I choose is... Well, let's get into the penultimate case. Sure took a lot of hours to get through this one. I'm expecting to take a lot of hours to get through the next one as well. From here on out, let the council begin. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of the law. Today's deliberations shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Who are you? Why are you wearing that raincoat? Ah! Ah! April 5th, 1:23 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202.
Calm down, you're getting dust everywhere. I've already cleaned this room 3 times since this morning. Well, now you'll need to do it a 4th time. You're way too calm, sir. What if they actually take your badge? A decision has not yet been made, but it looks like pretty much been decided.
I'm gonna take another bite out of this cookie. Oh, it's just nice to have chocolate going along with that case, even though it's over.
Don't you remember what Judge Courtney said? Judge Courtney said,
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today. And you will most likely be required to appear before them.
I have been ordered to attend the meeting. That is all. I hate this, sir. I won't be able to work with you anymore. As a detective, perhaps, you should welcome this turn of events. You no longer have to work with such a troublesome prosecutor as myself. Why would you say that? Something like that, sir. Problems with the PIC and their false accusations. Mr. Edgeworth, don't tell me you actually want to become a defense attorney? Because you can't do that. Being a prosecutor is exactly what makes you Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. A defense attorney, huh? I became a prosecutor because of the incident where I lost my father. However, the reason I became interested in the legal world was because my father, who passed away, had been a defense attorney. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. Are you listening, sir? I don't like this one bit. There's no need for you to be so pessimistic. Maybe my replacement will be more lenient during your salary assessments. Ah, I see. That way I can eat more than just instant noodles every day. Wait, what am I saying? That's not the point here. I was actually imagining it. We're busy right now. Come back later, pal.
Page Mr. Edgeworth, is there a Miles Edgeworth here?
Mr. Edgeworth is busy now. I'll listen to whatever you have to say later, pal.
This isn't good. Your face has become all red. A red face.
Like I said, we're kind of busy right now, so...
I've got it. You have a tummy ache, right? This calls for an injection stat. Please roll up your sleeves.
No. I'm perfectly healthy.
Who might you be? I'm so sorry. I forget to introduce myself. My name is Karen Jensen. I am registered nurse at the Die Young Hospital.
I'm sorry, but nobody here is sick. You must have the wrong room.
Are you Mr. Miles Edgeworth? You have such great wrinkles between your brow. Could it be lupus? This calls for an injection.
It's not lupus. Just tell me what business you have with me.
Yes. Actually, there's someone who would like to see you. Please wait a moment. I'll call them here right now.
Wait. She left, sir. I wonder who she's going to bring. If she's going to bring someone from the hospital. Could it be a patient, sir? Maybe it's someone who was traumatized by your harsh words. What is that supposed to mean? See, when you glare at me like that, it feels like I'm going to have a heart attack. You could send someone to the hospital with that. Is it really that bad? I'm just being my normal self, though.
Sorry for the wait. Well, what do you think?
What do I think?
Do you not recognize me?
Now that you mention it, I feel like I've met her before.
This card. Your name was written on it. You know who I am?
Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe you... Of course not! But this is your business card, sir. It clearly says Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. That's true.
I'm terribly sorry. Well, the truth is this girl suffers from memory loss.
Memory loss?
Yes, that seems to be the case. Her parents should be worried sick right now. They probably haven't been able to sleep. I doubt they've gotten more than 8 hours.
Isn't that plenty of sleep? I see, it sure sounds horrible. But it's all right now. Since she has the business card, she must be an acquaintance of Mr. Edgeworth's. Just leave her to us, pal. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. We might be able to verify her identity at least.
Would you really do that for me?
First, I'd like you to tell us everything that you know. That's all, Mr. Edgeworth. You have nothing to worry about now, miss. Good grief. But still, where to begin? What should I ask her first? Mars, do you remember your name? Miss, do you remember your name?
My name? I'm terribly sorry. Been like this ever since yesterday, you know?
So you found her yesterday?
Wow, that's amazing. How'd you know?
What a tiresome woman.
I found her stumbling around late last night, so I took her in. I wanted to help her out, so I looked through her things.
So that's how you found my business card. Did she leave anything else with her?
Nothing to reveal her name or address. Oh, but she was wearing this when I found her. It's an unusual design, don't you think?
This badge is... What? Yargarasus. That means it couldn't be. Are you Kay?
Kay?
You are Kay, right?
I am Kay.
Kay, don't you remember me? I mean, you'd always call me Gummy, pal. Yeah, how dare you not remember me when I can't even recognize you? Oh, for God's sake, it seems like I need glasses after all.
Gummy? I would call one of my elders something so rude? I'm so sorry, what a horrible thing I did. I feel like my heart is going to burst from guilt.
Just what happened to you, pal? You become so sensitive. If you're the sensitive and delicate and frail, then you're not even Kay anymore. You're someone else, pal. Watch your words, detective. If you say that, it almost sounds like Kay isn't sensitive or delicate at all. Though I can't deny there is some truth to what he says.
What sort of person was I before I lost my memory?
Well, for starters, your name was Kay Faraday, a cheerful girl full of spirit and vigor, and a great thief.
A great thief?
Yes, to put it frankly. A great thief steals valuables from people's drawers and safes.
Steal? I cause so much trouble for others? Oh, I'm so sorry, I never imagined I would be a criminal. Maybe losing my memory was retribution for my crimes?
No, you didn't actually. This is so messed up, sir.
But it does sort of make sense, you know? These gloves and stuff, they look just like what a thief might wear.
Ah, those clothes.
Yes, she was wearing them when we found her. I had to change her clothes, so I'm holding on to them for now.
Something appears to be stuck in her clothes. Perhaps it has something to do with Kay's memory loss. I'll send it down to the lab later, and I have them check it out, sir. Good, I will be counting on you, Detective Gumshoe.
At any rate, these really look like a thief's clothes, don't you think? I am a criminal?
It's true you were a great thief, but never once did you commit a crime. That alone I can assure you.
Is that so?
It's probably better if I don't press this issue any further.
I'm really sorry for not remembering you. What kind of relationship did we have?
Well, that's rather difficult to explain. Kay, you were Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Oh my, so then a prosecutor is the kingpin of a great thief?
No, that's not what I meant, pal. The last time I met Kay was the day before yesterday. Just what did she do from then up till now? Miss Jensen, where's the badge?
It really annoys me she has such a Danish name. Especially after Dane Gustavia.
Miss Jensen, was the badge the only thing this girl had on her?
She did have some other things, but I don't think they will be very helpful at all.
I don't mind. Please show them to me.
Well then, I'll give them to you, one by one, okay?
This is the Jammy Ninja's mask. Maybe she went to a superhero show or something. This seems to be a letter addressed to Kay. This is a ticket stub. And this is a flower made of cloth, like the ones you usually see in the restroom, sir. A corsage is used primarily as an accessory for women.
Well, that's everything. Did you find anything out?
Not really. They were just a bunch of random things. I'll have to look them over in more detail later.
Let's have a look. A letter on Kay's position. Address to Kay. Ticket stop. Rose flower. Have a look at that letter specifically. I promised that I'll get back for you your most precious memory. Jill. Interesting. Grand Tower Admit 1, student, $6, no refunds.
Oh, this is horrible. Kay's lost her memory. How do we get her back to normal? Calm down, detective. I have already thought of something. Oh, as I would expect of Mr. Edgeworth. So what did you find out, sir? Look at this ticket stub.
Oh, it's a ticket for the viewing platform of the Grand Tower.
Miss Nurse, you know something about the Grand Tower.
Of course I do. It's a super famous dating spot after all. They say that if a couple holds hands up there, they will be together forever.
The timestamp on the ticket is from yesterday. Moreover, it is only valid on the day of issue. Since she only has the stub, she must have used it, right? It is very likely. Well then, let's go. Right now, sir? The cause of Kay's memory loss is hidden in her actions. But what about the PIC? It's still too early for me to be summoned there.
So should I leave Kay with you then?
That is what I would prefer.
Kay, you're fine with that, right? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Well, I had to get back to work, so if anything happens, please contact the Dai Young Hospital. If you guys need an injection, I'll be there anytime, any place.
Yes, I understand. I don't think I will call her for an injection, though. Well then, let's go, detective, and you too, Kay. Yes, sir.
Thank you for helping me. April 5th, 2:07 p.m. outside Grand Tower, Plaza.
According to the pamphlet, the building is 50 stories tall. It's mostly filled with offices though, only the viewing platform is open to the public. Here you go, sir, I just got this as a reception at the reception desk. Good, thank you. Well then, let us head inside immediately.
The Grand Tower is collapsing!
What?
No, you can't! Please stop! Please, I beg of you!
It's no good. Unless I drink fresh milk, my thoughts just won't reach. What's wrong, pal? Did something happen to the Grand Tower?
Cut! Excuse me, we're sort of in the middle of shooting a movie and
I suspected as much. We're sorry for any trouble we caused you. Detective Gumshoe. I'm so sorry, pal. I really thought the tower was gonna collapse or something. Whatever. Hey, director. I'm taking a break.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. What a relief. It looks like tower collapse was prevented somehow.
Explaining all this to Kay as she is now would take more time than it's worth. Well then, we should get going.
April 5th, 2:18 p.m. Grand Tower viewing platform.
Wow, what a view. I bet I can see my house from here.
Oh, the wind. It's really strong up here.
Everything should be fine as long as you stay close to me and Mr. Edgeworth, pal. If you start to blow away, one of us will be sure to catch you. It's not as if she's a kite.
Okay, do you recognize this place? don't know. Was I really here? Maybe if I get her to talk a bit, it will help jog her memory. Hey, just tell me whatever you remember. Anything will do. Okay, but I don't know how much help I'll be. Memories of the town. Did I really come to a place like this? It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's frightening. I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all. I'm sorry, just as I thought. It's impossible.
Your memory isn't clearing up at all, huh?
I'm sorry, it's a bit pathetic, isn't it? You're both going out of your way for me, but I'm not helping at all.
You're doing just fine. You have memory loss after all. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, remember to go easy on her, sir. Normally you have this really intense and kind of scary look on your face. You're not helping, detective.
Did it really come to a place like this?
This ticket stub proves that you were indeed here.
But I really don't remember coming here at all. I don't think I would want to come to a place like this. It's so high up and the wind is so strong, it's frightening.
You used to love places like these.
Was that really me? We're so high up, just looking down makes me dizzy. I think these kinds of places should be shut down. What if an elderly person or a small child were to fall off?
The railing here is quite high. I think your worries are unfounded.
Is that so? I just can't remember. I can't remember anything at all.
You say you don't remember anything. In that case, is there anything that looks familiar?
Looks familiar? Oh, the cherry tree.
What about the cherry tree?
I was standing under the cherry tree. That's right, I was taking shelter from the rain because it was raining then. And there, I saw something red.
She was under the cherry tree while it rained. And from there she saw something red.
And is something wrong?
It's nothing. Could you add that last part to your story?
On cherry tree, I feel like I saw something red.
I read what exactly?
I read something or other. It was something red, that's all I can remember about it.
Speaking of things that are red here, could it be that stand over there?
Stand? A red stand? Oh, that's right! I saw someone walking towards me from the other side of that stand.
And then what happened?
And then, I'm sorry.
It's alright. Simply add everything you just said to your story.
That's right. Someone was walking towards me from the other side of that stand.
By that stand, do you mean the stand directly behind you?
Yes, from behind that red stand, someone came walking towards me. I saw it from under the cherry tree.
You've been saying that you saw someone. Does that mean you didn't see their face? Or was it a person you didn't know?
I'm sorry, that much I don't know.
So someone came walking towards you from behind the red stand. And you saw that from beneath the cherry tree.
I'm sorry, just as thought it's impossible.
Is there nothing else that comes to mind? It doesn't have to be related to the case.
Even if it's not related, well, oh, I remember that the stand there was selling cotton candy.
If you're hungry, you should just say so. I'll make sure to buy one for you later, pal.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it.
There's not much I can do unless I can draw out more information from her. For now, I'll press her for more details and see what I can find out. Wrong button? I need to stop pressing wrong buttons. I've been doing that a lot lately.
So you're saying that someone came from behind that stand and walked directly towards you? Yes, someone came right up to me. And that someone must have been a ghost. No, it was a person. I'm sure of it. If this is where you were under the cherry tree, then someone behind the stand wouldn't have any ground to stand on. They'd be floating in midair. No person would be able to stand there. Oh! I'm not lying. Someone in red was on the other side of the stand. They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer, and then the person I'm Ah! What's wrong? Calm down, it's alright. Me and Mr. Edgeworth are both here for you, pal. I think that scream was probably one of my worst ones yet. I need to get better at screams. I don't want to give it another go, but without the accompanying sprites doesn't feel right. Maybe I should just spend time practicing screaming at some point. Honestly, I was pushed off. That person in red, yes, they were wearing a red raincoat. Someone in a red raincoat was walking in midair. And furthermore, they pushed her off this building. Nonsense, there's no way she could be alright after falling from a building this high. Attention everyone, please remain where you are. What's wrong, pal? I'm a detective, tell me what's going on. Sir, a body was just discovered in this building. Body? Who is the victim? We're currently investigating the details, but the victim is a woman. We have verified that her name is Kay. What? What? April 5th, 2:36 p.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room. This room is... Would this room happen to be... Yes, sir, it's the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee's meeting room. What? It's here? I had heard they recently moved out of the prosecutor's building. But to think that they moved here of all places. Mr. Edgeworth, Kay! What brings you here? How are you holding up? We're in the middle of an investigation right now. Sorry, but who might this be? Ah, this is my granny. Let me just... Hey there, Sonny. The name's Bunny Young. Who the heck are you? She says. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. Miss Jensen, isn't Young the name of... Granny is the director of Dai Young Hospital. This old lady is the director. What are you calling old? She says. You can read my thoughts. Oh, so that Granny is pretty important, huh? I wouldn't go that far. I mean, yes, she is. These people are the patient's guardians. You know, the one with amnesia? It seems she is a bit of an introvert. Hey, Sonny, want me to cure that bad cause of the frownies for you? He says. I'm afraid that's an incurable disease for Mr. Edgeworth. Really, Granny? You want me to say that? I ain't got nothing to say to you whippersnappers. You're free to do whatever you want. But you better not get in the way of my autopsy. Please wait. Where? No means no. Hey, you don't have the right to decide that, pal. Sorry, Granny is the coroner, you see. And she's in charge of this case, so... Ouch. So I'm very sorry, but that's the way it is. What do you mean? That's the way it is, pal. Well, even if you ask me, I'm not the one who said it. I kind of feel like... I'm watching a comedy act, sir. Well, we need to get back to the autopsy, so please excuse us and take care.
What's with her attitude? We received the permission to investigate. There shouldn't be any problems. That attitude of hers is a huge problem, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth?
What do we do now? We'll investigate the scene, of course. As a prosecutor, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Well then, let's begin.
But the policeman said the dead person is also named Kay. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the Kay that you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
We shall investigate that now, but don't worry. There's no question that you are the Kay I know.
Oh, okay.
An amnesia Kay and a corpse Kay. Both were connected to the Grand Tower. I'm certain that this case will lead me to Kay's lost memories. It's half of a large round table with 11 chairs. It seems to be based off a certain legend. I know that one, sir. It's the famous Knights of the Brown Table. Was I wrong? Knights of the Clown Table? Knights of who says nigh? It's getting colder, but I won't say anything.
Sorry, right now Granny's in the middle of autopsy, so are you Sonny's trying to get in the way of my autopsy? Is what she says? Could you please wait just a little longer?
Yes, I suppose we have no choice. We'll come back to investigate the body later. You there, tell me the situation about the security of this room. Yes, sir. To enter this room, a special keycard is required. I see. In other words, not just anyone can enter this room. The person who found the body was also... Yes, it was a member of the PIC who had come here for today's hearing. A member of the PIC. If not for this case right now, I would be... This is Lady Justice. You sure do know a lot, sir. So what kind of powers does she have? She's a symbol of justice, not a superhero. It's said that the scales represent justice, the sword power, and the blindfold equality. I won't rest until I suspect everything. A pool of blood lies at the feet of the goddess statue. Judging from the pool of blood, it seems that this was where the victim was killed. But sir, the body's over there. After murdering the victim, did the killer move the body?
Excuse me? You are... Oh yes, what is it? That voice. It's Von Karma, right? Do you know her, Granny? Good to see you again, Doctor. And you as well, Miles Edgeworth.
What is she doing here? Franziska Von Karma. She's a prosecutor working with Interpol and the daughter of Manfred Von Karma. She should be jetting around the world right now.
Wherever there is a case, I will follow. National borders mean nothing to me.
Your presence here must mean that this case has international significance.
You know well enough that I'm chasing a smuggling ring. I shall recover all the stolen goods and crush that organization.
Then, does that mean the smuggling ring is also involved in this particular case?
Any further information is confidential. I am not obliged to speak of it with you. It won't be that easy. Miss Franziska Von Karma? Granny says... Your autopsy is complete. You're free to do what you want.
In that case, we would like to investigate as well.
I heard rumors about you. No way I'm letting you near that body. You're that prosecutor who's about to get the boot. You best run on home now, Sonny. Just so you know, I wasn't the one who said that, okay? Please, Granny, we need to investigate. No matter what. Hey, Lassie, who are you calling Granny? I'm sorry?
We're not getting anywhere. I guess I have no other choice. Franziska, please allow us to aid you in your investigation. We must examine that body in order to find out what happened to Kay.
To Kay Faraday?
I'm asking you too, sir. Kay's in really bad shape.
I don't know what's going on. But fine, I'll grant you permission. You have my thanks. Of course, I didn't say it would come without a price. You will explain everything to me later.
We really owe you one, sir.
I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy.
Yo!
So that's how it is. If you could please be so kind as to authorize them too, Doctor. I suppose fine if he's with the prosecutor from Interpol. Is what he says. I fully agree with Granny. By the one common name, the entire world will be judged. That's just common knowledge.
That's rather conceited for common knowledge.
Well, it's none of my beeswax anymore. Is what she says. I hope you don't get in trouble for this. You need to worry. My reputation will not be shaken by something so petty.
Unlike me, who is on the verge of losing his badge. This body. It's not Kay, sir. It doesn't look anything like her at all. Of course it isn't. Kay is alive after all. Her age is, I guess, around 30, and she's wearing a pantsuit. Maybe she worked in one of the offices in this building. So her identity is still unknown. The question now becomes, why did the police believe her name was Kay? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This notebook. Isn't that Kay's promise notebook? It's the notebook she wrote all her promises to her father in. It really takes me back, sir. Yes. When Kay was young, she and her father wrote the promise they made in this notebook. However, why is it in a place like this? Now that you mention it, I once heard something from Detective Bat a long time ago. It seems that before anyone had noticed, Kay's memento had gone missing. What? So a piece of evidence that was in police custody went missing. Detective Bat frantically searched all over for it, but it seems he never found it. What could this mean? Why was the missing notebook found here? Yuria, do you happen to know anything about this notebook? The victim was carrying this notebook when we found her. That was the only evidence we had to identify the body. So that's why you called her Kay. What a misleading victim, huh? Why did she have Kay's notebook? I sure would like to have some information on the victim's identity though. There doesn't seem to be anything in this pocket. This pocket has holes in it, sir. Judging by how the cloth was pierced. It must have been stabbed by some sharp object. All your coins would fall out of those holes, sir. Detective, haven't you ever heard of a wallet? Of course I have, sir. I just use my pockets, though. Most people do, right? Never mind. It seems to be pinned to a jacket. It's made of purple cloth. It looks like it's been forcibly torn off, doesn't it? There's a burn mark on her hand. Is it connected to the cause of death? No, it appears to be an old scar. She probably got it a long time ago. It seems there's something in her hand. Detective, could you open her hand for me? Yes, sir, understood. This is... Oh, I know. This must be a gift card from the department store. Oh! It seems to be a key card. Oh, why? The question is, what was its key card for? The left side of her white jacket has been stained with deep red. There, the bottom to the right side. Oh, it was new. It didn't feel like new information. The gloves, pure white ones, one for each. Actually, I can just click again. Left side of her white jacket has been stained with deep red. This jacket. The buttons are on the right side. Isn't that normal, sir? All of my clothes have buttons on the right side. For a woman, it is normal to have them on the left side. Mr. Edgeworth, you really do know everything. That's just common knowledge. There doesn't seem to be anything out of place. There's something white in her pocket. The gloves. Pure white ones, one for each hand, sir. They don't seem to be dirty. Could they be the victims? There is some blood on her head. Maybe she was hit with something. We don't know that for sure. Our investigation will ultimately clear that up. The purple flower Kay had with her. I wonder if that originally belonged to the victim. Now that you mention it, the cloth does look the same as the one on the pin. Yes, let's compare them without delay. It's a perfect match, sir. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. The fact that this flower belongs to the victim means... that can only mean that Kay Faraday came in contact with the victim. And about the corsage, it looks like it was forcibly bit off. There is a possibility that Kay Faraday is connected to this case. And depending on the situation, we may have to consider her as suspect. What did you say? There's no way she did it. It's unthinkable. Kay could never do that, sir. However, it's true we have no evidence to deny that claim. It's nothing more than a possibility at the moment. Isn't that right, Miles Edgeworth? Indeed. For better or for worse. I just realized I missed something. But yeah. Could this be the murder weapon, sir? A three-pronged candelabra is consistent with the number of stab wounds. She was probably stabbed by the prongs of the candelabra. Candy zebra? I'm afraid it's not quite what you're imagining, detective. A candelabra is a candlestick holder with multiple arms. Ah, so it's a candle holder. You know, one time I forgot to pay my electric bill and I had to get by only with candles. What time period are you from? I think that should cover everything. Yeah, that covers everything. I think so. Had gone as planned, I would have standing right here right about now. Yes, sir. I'm glad the PAC meeting was delayed, but the cause of the delay was due to a murder. It's troubling to think that the PAC meeting could condemn my career as a prosecutor. In any case, my top priority right now is to find the truth behind the case. Your sonny wants something, is what she says. Miss Jensen, could you tell me about your relationship with Dr. Young? Yes, ever since I was little, I always been together with Granny. Whenever I got lost, she would search for me until it got dark. And whenever I fell down, she would watch over me until I could get up on my own. What a charming story. She sounds like quite the grandmother's child. And after I became a nurse, whenever I'm about to make a mistake with my injections... Not there, there, she'd say, as she grabbed the needle and ouch! Ouch, hearing it hurts, pal. Please keep those stories to yourself. Anyways, as long as I have Granny by my side, there's no nursing I can't do. I see. I fully understand. Thank you for your cooperation. Regardless of her charming story, they do seem to share a very close-knit bond. Dr. Young, you sure are a masterful corona, pal. You work with such blinding speed and you make no wasted movements. What do your sonny know about autopsies? You don't know the first thing about my work. Oh. Allow me to apologize for his rudeness. I'll be sure to reprimand him later. Listen up, young one. It is my duty to perform the autopsy quickly and accurately. That's why I have no patience with those who get in the way of my work. Is what she says. Are you satisfied? Yes, very much so. We only wish to investigate. We have no desire to get in your way. It looks like Dr. Young's stubbornness comes from her devotion to her work. The Tai Young Hospital is a splendid hospital and Granny is in charge of it. Well, how about it? Would you like to be admitted and experience it for yourself? That's right. Right now there's an opening in our hospital suite with the outdoor spa. We are in good health. There's obviously no need for us to be hospitalized. That's right. We're perfectly healthy, pal. That's a soul-redeeming feature. Just what does he mean by that?
Well, you see, the Young Hospital also accepts healthy patients. We're currently in the middle of our Full of Life Healthy Hospital Stays campaign. Those without injury or illness can stay at our hospital for half the price. Why would you need to stay at a hospital if you are healthy? This is the chance of a lifetime, so what do you say? Hospital stay? Hospital stay!
You know, an outdoor spa at half price does sound like a good deal. Don't fall for it.
Yes, can I help you with something? This is an amazing room. There are large boxes filled with books, a stone sculpture, and sparkly windows.
It seems you have also forgotten the names of objects. This might be helpful for recalling your memories. Just repeat after me. Bookcase.
Broken safe.
Stained glass.
Stolen goods. Books on the law. Crooks on the lamb. Statue of the goddess. Snatched loot of the great thief.
Are all her mistakes biased towards a certain way? Kay, until just a few days ago, you were calling yourself my assistant. Looking at me, is there anything you remember?
Things I remember? Well, yes, just one thing. Mr. Edgeworth on the viewing platform above us. You pointed at me and...
Yes.
With a really scary face, and you interrogated me.
That happened just a few minutes ago. Oh, poor Kay. The terror Mr. Edgeworth badgering you for contradictions is your only memory. It must be scary, pal. Hopeless. The end of the world, pal. I should show this detective what true terror really is. Hey, before you lost your memories, you got along with Detective Gumshoe. Does looking at me help you remember anything, pal?
Do I remember anything? Oh, I know! For a while now, Mr. Edgeworth has been getting on your case.
That's not a memory. It's just a pleasant part of my daily life. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, so Detective Gumshoe thinks it's pleasant. It seems I'll have to get on his case even more from now on.
Oh, poor word choice, Gumshoe. Poor word choice.
Yes,
what is it? A murder case at the PIC meeting room. Since you asked to cooperate in the investigation, I do hope you will be able to produce results.
Naturally, why do you think I'm here?
Well, now that you mention it, why are you here exactly?
That's right, she still doesn't know about my PIC hearing today. The circumstances behind it are deeper than... See, sir, allow me to explain it on Mr. Edgeworth's behalf.
Miles Edgeworth, I do not care about your circumstances. All that matters now is reaching the truth of this case. Am I wrong?
Indeed. There's some truth in what you say. If you ask me, I don't think that is totally right.
I'll say this. Whipping someone is easier than being worried.
But being on the receiving end of a whip isn't easy at all. Francisca, why are you here when you are supposed to be working with Interpol?
Curious, are you? But it's confidential. I have no obligation to tell you.
Her response was as expected.
More importantly, shouldn't there be a prosecutor in charge of this murder case? I don't know who it is, but I was hoping it wouldn't be someone completely useless. Well, with this game's track record, it's probably the best. They're not even here yet. They're late. Just what is that fool doing?
I have nothing to do with it, sir. I wouldn't think it's very commendable to just whip people at random.
I swing before, therefore I whip. That is my philosophy. I will whip anyone who slacks off in their work.
With the yet unseen prosecutor in charge, I hereby offer you my sympathies in advance. Judging from your exchange just now, I take it you met Dr. Young before.
Astute, Miles Edgeworth. That is right, she is an acquaintance of mine. Back then it's a long story.
It seems she doesn't intend to tell me anymore. Shall I leave it at that then? So what happened back then? Please tell me all about it, sir.
Oh! A foolish fool, shamelessly prying into other people's business. What would you say, Scruffy?
Oh, cruel, whipping me out of the blue with a great whip comes great responsibility, sir.
One good whip deserves another. The scruffy fool gets the whip. Try harder with his whip bait.
Ah! It appears I was right to leave it at that. Is the investigation going well? Sir, I'm actually putting my job aside to do some brain training. By focusing on images instead of words, you can simulate your right brain. Please stop talking. This is a rare shape for a pedestal. If that spot where it was put on still has this mark, then it will become apparent whether or not it had been placed there. The prongs on the cantilever are covered in blood, and the shape even matches up with the victim's wounds. Is this the murder weapon of this case? The victim stabbed me chest with that. See, there are 3 stab wounds in her chest, right? Could you tell me the cause of the wounds on her head? Sorry, we don't really know that. Although we are certain that it happened post-mortem, which means it may have occurred when the culprit moved the body. It would be nice if some evidence were to turn up. Kay Faraday lost her memories. How dare you let that happen to her on your watch? I have no defense. It's not Mr. Edgeworth's fault. You, are you alright? Being bandaged up like that? Ah, yes, thank you for worrying about me. Her behavior is certainly strange. It's unusual to hear her give thanks like that. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and get her memories back! Why don't you just admit that you're worried about her? Alright, logic. I felt like I was missing something. And I completely forgot about our logic clues. Perhaps the keycard the victim was holding is for this room. I'll go find out, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, from this room's security system, we were able to retrieve the data of the victim's card. So that means the victim was able to freely enter this room. If the card actually belonged to the victim, of course. Yes, of course. Keycard data jotted down. Though the victim's identity remains unknown. Should you really still be calling me Kay? Of course. What are you saying, pal? Thank you, but then what about that woman? She is someone whom you may have killed. That's all we know. There's no way that's true. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? I also do not believe you killed her. You are such a naive man. Miles Edgeworth? Here I come to save the day. And that voice. But don't be afraid anymore, for the best prosecutor is here today. Pardon the interruption. Mr. Edgeworth, get away from the victim. I have inherited her dying wish. No one asks for you. Did you know the victim? Just as I thought. The goddess of the law will surely reveal the truth to us.
So please rest in peace. That's right, Justine. Now that I'm here, everything will be A-OK. Culprit will rue the day he crossed paths with... Yeah! Miles Edgeworth, who is this fool of a man? Why is she glaring at me? You are Francisca von Kama. Am I correct? I apologize for my late introduction. I am Justine Courtney. And the deceased individual is... Attorney Jill Crane, one of the members of the prosecutorial investigation committee. I see, so that's why she had the key card. I take it you're in charge of this case? That's right, and with me in charge, this case is as good as... Oh! That reminds me, I haven't caught your name yet. If you just wanted to know my name, you didn't have to... Just state your name. I will not tolerate any unnecessary remarks.
Oh, Sebastian the best!
It seems the pecking order has been decided. Mr. Sebastian the best. Here, this is from my granny. This is the autopsy report. It seems you've been bested, Mr. Edgeworth. This wasn't a competition to begin with. My job is done. May we meet again in front of another corpse? Okay, let's go home quickly and eat some noodles. I'll be leaving too. Take care, everyone. The victim head wound was post-mortem. Sebastian and the candelabra dealt the fatal blow. Estimated time of death was late last night.
What is it, Justine?
While I do appreciate your enthusiasm, perhaps you should give your tongue a rest. You might pull a muscle. And that would be painful indeed. Anyways, it's quite clear now. Kay Faraday must be arrested.
What? What's the big idea, pal?
It's just as he says, detective. The culprit is Miss Kay Faraday. The young lady in bandages over there, although she is not wearing her usual attire. Are you not Miss Kay Faraday? And what would you do if she is Kay? If you are going to arrest her, then I will resist by any means necessary. That I guarantee you. I am now convinced the doubts surrounding your suitability as a prosecutor were indeed warranted. It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth. You can go. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
What are you saying, Kay? You can't just go along with them, pal.
But I don't remember anything. What if I really did kill that woman and then forgot about it? If that's true. Acknowledgement is the goddess of mercy. Atonement is her will. The goddess of the law will surely praise you for your prudence.
Sebastian and Judge Courtney, if you believe she is the culprit, on what basis do you make your accusation? Unless I'm completely convinced by your explanation, I will not obey your orders.
Fine, have it your way. Now sit tight and listen to the perfect reason of the best.
And we're ending it here. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. You can be back for more Ace Attorney next Saturday, and on that, I guess I will be spawning out. Bye!